Switch to like the backup YouTube server. Okay, there you go. We're good. Hey everybody, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. Welcome to our weekly Wednesday night live stream. Not really a whole lot of news today, so I don't know what we're going to talk about. Anybody playing some fun new video games? New board games maybe? New TV shows? Of course, we're talking about Donald Trump and the madness in Washington. There's nothing really else to talk about today. Like, we could have talked about Ossoff and Warnock. We could have talked about that. But as Samantha Sider noted, and Black and Quirky, Quirkless, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I saw that earlier before the stream. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate the support. But Samantha Sider with a super chat saying Trump needs to be removed from office ASAP. And that's really going to be the focus of tonight's stream. You've seen a lot of the footage. You've seen a lot of the debates about what's been happening. It is unavoidable and with good reason. I know people like Status Coup and some other progressive channels and just, a lot of the networks were running footage of what was happening this afternoon. And it was extremely troubling. For a country, and I'm not an American propagandist. I know that the United States doesn't really live up to the values it supposedly lives up to. But if we're being real, if we're being honest, even if the United States was actually this bastion of global democracy, today would have destroyed that reputation, right? Even if the U.S. was, this would have ended it, right? Like, simple as that. It would have ended it. You have what is supposed to be a highly routine meeting. It's what it's supposed to be there for. John says, I like your sarcastic opener. I needed that hashtag impeach. John, thank you so much. I think, honestly, even on days like today, it's important that we try to have a bit of laughs because it was scary what happened today, especially those of you maybe in Washington. I hope you're okay. I hope your loved ones are okay. All of that, of course, I hope everyone's okay. But, look, the reality is, this was a shocking moment in American history. Look, I did a video before this, earlier, the late morning, early afternoon, where Rudy Giuliani was like, I want, some trial by combat. And I was like, okay, Rudy, this is obviously silly. And it might get out of hand later today. But honestly, I didn't expect this. I expected a lot of protesters. I expected maybe some mild, action, some mild, destruction. I did not expect them to, one, storm the building, and then two, to actually get in, and then three, to actually get really far in, and then four, to actually get in to, the chambers. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. Ever. I have never seen protesters just get into the chambers of the Senate and of the House of Representatives. Just strutting around it's just a regular thing. We've never seen it. Maybe we'll never see it again, who knows, right? But I've never seen it. Never seen that in Canada, for instance, ever. So just walking around in the House of Commons, in the Senate chambers, in Parliament. No, it doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. That's never happened in American history. That like that. Never. It's unprecedented. Well, we have to talk about this, and this is something that people are going to talk about. How did this happen? And there's a few reasons. One, there was just a ton of people. But something to consider, guys, is that the race and ideology of these protesters, and I'm using that word, and I probably shouldn't call them protesters, mattered here. Their race and their ideology mattered here. If they weren't white, if they weren't conservative, if they weren't Trumpers, if they weren't part of a political project that is largely seen as pro-police, they would not have gotten in. I know one woman has lost her life. I'm not trying to make light of that, whatever you think of that. But it would have been 100 times that if this was Black Lives Matter, or if these were working class people, on behalf of their union, or if these were left-wing protesters. I guarantee you. There would have been piles of people outside the Capitol. No one can tell me otherwise. No one can tell me otherwise. Imagine if people from Muslim Americans did it. Same thing. Guaranteed. Same thing. It would be much worse than what we saw. Much worse than what we saw. So, and I don't think I can be convinced otherwise. And so when people are asking themselves, how did they get in so much? Well, I think part of it was they were treated with kid gloves because ideologically, they don't care. The police are they largely support some of these people. And let's be clear, that doesn't mean every cop there was egging this on. Even if you believe in ACAB, you don't necessarily think that all cops there were in on the plot. There were some photos, though. There were some video of police officers taking selfies with the people busting through. Now, that was just an isolated case potentially. Maybe it's not fully representative, but at least in some cases, they were chumming it up. They were chumming it up with people disrupting democracy. I don't know. Maybe there's no pattern there, but there may be a pattern there. Joseph says, guys, it's all okay. Joe Biden is going to appeal to our sense of decency. Look, a lot of people were disappointed with that Biden speech. I was, certainly. But not devastatingly disappointed. I didn't think it was Biden's worst speech. I just don't know if Biden's the man for this moment. Because not every Republican, but a devastatingly high number of Republicans, whether elected officials and frankly, guys, even voters, are not good faith participants in democracy. They're not. They are not good faith participants in democracy. They've shown that. Frankly, they've been showing it for years with the disenfranchisement of black people, of young people, of other minorities, of any kind of group that they think that won't vote for them, and they can find an effective way to isolate them through registration and these sorts of things. Right? But putting all of that aside, and you shouldn't, but putting all of that aside, over half of the Republicans in the House and about a fifth to a quarter of the Republicans in the Senate are enemies of democracy. And frankly, we have to be real here. I don't like blaming regular people all that often. But one of the reasons many of these Republicans are on board with this is because they fear their own constituents. It's democracy, right? Like it is in a sense. I'm not trying to be glib here. But a lot of these people, some of them are just hardcore Trumpers. Some of these Congress people are in themselves believe in Donald Trump. And they would do this even if their constituents didn't want. But there are some of these people who know that they're in a deep red district and the Republican activists on the ground in their community wanted this. This is what they wanted. And so, yes, the correct answer is don't stand for it. Resign your seat. Say, I'm going to do what I want, primary me, but I'm going to stand for what's correct. But many of them didn't do that. The choice was stand for democracy or stand with Donald Trump. And they stood with Donald Trump. And so I think, honestly, we're at a situation now, and I don't know what the answer is. I don't. Democrats didn't win quite hard enough to play real hardball. Real hardball is DC statehood, Puerto Rico statehood, court 13 people, Supreme Court 13 people, massive expansion of all the circuit courts. The House of Representatives add another 150 members to the House. That's hardball. Like, without talking about constitutional reform. They didn't win enough for that, I don't think. Joe Manchin might back some of those things, but probably not very many, if any of them. Right? I don't know what the answer is. But the majority of the Republican Party, and you can see, guys, frankly, some of the people who are here in these comments are not good faith participants in democracy. They honestly believe they cannot lose. That's what they believe. They believe they cannot lose. They either win or they were cheated. Those are the only two options. Can't have a democracy with those people. Can't do it. I don't know what the answer is. I don't. Because you can't you can't say we're going to disenfranchise everyone who lives in the reddest districts. Can't do that. That's not right. Can't do what they would do to black people. Can't do that. No way to do it, and you shouldn't do it. But, like, what's the answer? What happened today was representative. It was not an anomaly. It represents what millions of Trump supporters would do. And you're not going to change my mind on that. These were not fringe radicals. This is probably 20% of Trump's base. And Trump got like 70 million votes. So that's like, 15 million people. 15 million people would do that. Not the average Trump voter, but we're not talking about like 1% of Trump's base either. That's where we're at. Like, Russell reads the news is saying, like, well, could you get them to change party? See, I don't know, right? That's the thing. Like, okay, going back to when this was just Trump being awful, you might say to yourself, okay, like, maybe they do get, and I'm not like a Biden type person that believes the Republican Party can be made good. But like let's say Trump lost and then everyone abandoned him. Like everybody but say a few House members, like the craziest House members. No senators stood with him, and he sort of was left on his own to be a whiny baby. You might say to yourself then, okay, whatever, maybe the Republican Party can change course. That's not happening right now. Again, a majority of the House, 140 House Republicans were signing on to this effort. Maybe some of them are going to change their mind now. Probably about a dozen, give or take, I think a little bit more, 13, 14 senators, and given that the Republicans have 50 senators, that's basically like more than a fifth, it's like a fifth to a quarter of the Republican caucus, basically, in the Senate, support this. I don't know if you're going to get people to change parties, though, right? Like, it's hard. I mean, the best you could hope for, and maybe this would be better even, frankly, is like to encourage Romney and Murkowski and Collins to sit as independents. Like, the reality of this, of all of this, is that except for Romney, and God, I hate giving Romney praise, they all rejected impeachment. The one thing you could say about Romney is he's the only person in American history in the Senate to vote his own president to be impeached. He's the only person. There was no impeachment votes for Nixon, and back in the 1800s, I forget who, I'm not a 19th century specialist, one president almost got impeached, but it was a strict party line vote. Everyone voted based on party. They're Republicans. So I don't know what the answer is. Like, if we've talked, this is not a graph kind of night, guys, but if last week we looked at the DW nominate graphs. Remember when it was like the circle and it kind of plotted out left to right on economic and social issues where the senators were. And if you look, even senators like Collins and Murkowski, who are far and away, especially on both economic and social issues, are far more moderate than the average Republican. They're still closer to other Republicans. like Murkowski and Collins are closer to people like Lamar Alexander or Chuck Grassley or Martha McSally or John Hoeven than they are to other Democrats. So, like, yeah, you have some relative moderates like Capito and Collins and Murkowski. Like, you know, Mitt Romney, though, if you look at Mitt Romney is, you know, he votes very conservatively on social issues. He's something of a moderate in the GOP on economic issues, but he's not a Democrat. So it's like these people do not fit in the Democratic Party. And as much as I rail on the corporate Dems, and I do, like on the issues that come before the Senate, even like there is disagreement. The best you can hope for. See, I'm not sure about Romney, right? Like, Romney might have still voted for impeachment. Remember, Romney didn't vote for Trump. Then again, neither did Ben Sass. Ben Sass said he voted for Mike Pence. Basically, he spoiled his vote. Neither of them live in competitive states, though, so their presidential votes individually don't matter all that much. But honestly, like, we are in a situation here where, like, I don't know where they fit. So honestly, because the party has largely, maybe something approaching half the party supports Trump's effort to disenfranchise the half the country. Like, if I'm a Republican now, I say to myself, well, like, I am the anomaly now. If I'm Mitt Romney, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, even Mitch McConnell on this question. Guy, I did that video. Even Mitch McConnell is like, this is madness. Mitch McConnell, the most evil man in Washington in a lot of ways, is like, this is too much. Mitch goddamn McConnell. Really. Right? I don't know if you guys saw that video. It went up just before all of this went down. So I did a video on this. I'll drop a link in the description. You guys can check it out after. Don't go now. Stay with the stream. But like Mitch McConnell was like, it's too much. So I don't know. Honestly, here's what should happen. And it's not going to happen. Because partisan politics and the system of U.S. politics, the two-party system is so strong. Like, the Republican Party should splinter over this. It should. Like, you should see the Collins and the Murkowskis and the Romneys, not just on a mixture of being relative moderates in the Republican Party, but also in terms of being not anti-democratic coup-mongers. They should form a third party. I don't know what. Like, they're not all libertarians. It's saying Mitt Romney's not a libertarian. Murkowski and Collins aren't libertarians. So it's not like they can say, oh, be like a MASH and join the Libertarian Party. They're not. They're not necessarily libertarians. They need to almost form like a more centrist conservative party. Call themselves like the New Republicans or something. And be like, you know, we're for racial inclusion. We're for respecting democracy. We're for responsible conservatism. And that's what they should do. It's not going to happen, but that's what they should do. And leave Trumpism to the Republican Party. You know? So, yeah, it's like, I don't know. Where is he? People asking what happens with Trump. Guys, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with Trump. He should face criminal consequences, but I don't know if he will. I think you might see him face a lot of civil consequences. I think that's going to be a much more likely case. Look, as much as it would be just, no one in power wants the president to go to jail. It's not in your interest of senators, of congresspeople, and of presidents to have one of their own go to jail. It means you are more likely to. I don't think it's going to happen. I really don't. I don't. I don't think Trump is going to face significant criminal consequences. Legal like civil consequences, I could see that. Like hefty, like millions of dollars of fines and having tax issues. Yeah, I could see it. I don't see him going to jail. I don't. Not that I don't want him to. Not that I don't think that he at least deserves the potential. Like, look, I'm not a judge or a jury. Even Donald Trump deserves his day in court, right? Like, innocent until proven guilty, even him, when it comes to criminal charges. So I'm not like, look, I can't judge that. But should he at least face a trial or two? Yeah, but he won't. He won't. But it's not even just purely ideological. People saying like the radical right. Let's remember this. People like Josh Hawley supported Bernie on the $2,000 checks. Right? At least on some issues, he was willing to be bipartisan. And then he went and he backed the Trump effort. And then on the other hand, you have some of the most right-wing guys, again, I'm just going to quietly bring this up to myself, in the House, right? You have people like Mike Lee. Mike Lee is literally the most conservative senator on economics. Sort of a libertarian type. He's voted with Bernie sometimes on issues like restraining the president's power to unilaterally declare war. Bernie and him have been able to agree that like the power to declare like conflict belongs to Congress. The president doesn't have that right unilaterally. And they're right. And so they've worked together to pass legislation to do that. But he's very conservative. Right? Patrick Toomey is very conservative. Pat Toomey from Pennsylvania. He's one of the most conservative when it comes to economics. Bit more of a social moderate. Right? Tim Scott, quite conservative. Tim Scott, Tom Cotton, quite conservative. Right? And they didn't back it. Tom Cotton didn't back it. Mike Lee didn't back it. Tim Scott didn't back it. Toomey didn't back it. And some of these guys' case, like Toomey from Pennsylvania, he knows it's political annihilation to back it, given that his state is a swing state, and that his state voted heavily for Biden, and that he would absolutely get punished by the voters of that state if he backed this, 100%. So some of it's political, but it's not purely ideological. The question of do you support Trump's coup is not purely a left-right question within the Republican Party. Like, it's like, I would say that it correlates. Maybe the more radical conservatives are more pro-Trump, but it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. Right? I mean, people are asking, like, will there be charges or of anything what happened today? Look, I'm not an expert. Hypothetically, it's possible. But, like, it's also, like, a practical reality. There was, like, 30,000 people there. Now, what they might do is some of the more high-profile instances of people that were, some of the people that were, Some of the people are, who took pictures of themselves in the House and in the Senate. Maybe they'll face consequences. But, like, the reality is, I don't know if there's going to be that many, honestly. I think if people really do, like, maybe there'll be a couple people made an example of. Maybe if there's people that have evidence of causing destruction of property or things like that, there might be, but probably not. Got a couple super chats here. I try to read comments as they come in too, but super chats are probably the best way because they give me a separate feed to read them. John Bartlett says, those who talk of liberty and do the most to hurt liberty are not in a position, must not be in a position to threaten liberty. John, that's well put. 100%. 100%. You can't call yourself like a defender of liberty and also of law and order and support a party that largely supports what happened today. Robert Salazar says, Christo, how do we make this go away? If we don't, they're only emboldened and start building up from today over the next few years. I mean, look, I don't know. Like, ideally, the answer is you gotta add some buffers. Like, look, you're not gonna get a constitutional amendment on president, on the Electoral College. It's not gonna happen. I'm just gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. Like, you're not going to get a constitutional amendment. Joshua's saying 355 people here. Also, a reminder, some people saying click the like button, leave a comment, let me know how you're feeling tonight, what you think about all of this. Doing those things helps to put this in front of more eyeballs, which is always great. But no, getting back to Robert's question here, like, look, like one thing for president is, like, popular vote needs to be the way to decide it. It's the only way. It's the right thing to do. Everyone says the small states will be ignored, but for the most part, the small states get ignored already. Small states already get ignored. What are the states that get the most attention? Pennsylvania, Florida, maybe a couple others. Like New Hampshire and Iowa get a lot of attention, but only during primaries, really. And so small states already get ignored. One person, one vote will ensure that liberals in the red states and conservatives in the blue states all get a voice. Because if you're a Democrat, you need to fight for every vote, even in places where you wouldn't win the state. And same thing for Republicans. Republicans will have to care about potential voters in California and New York for president, which would likely mean they couldn't be so bat S-word crazy, right? Like, that's the reality. It's not going to happen through constitutional amendment, but we've talked about it. Even people like CGP Grey have talked about it. Like the NAPERCO intervote, like the National the National Popular Vote Compact is the way to go, right? If you can get 270 Electoral College vote holding states to agree to give their Electoral College votes not to who wins their state, but to who wins the popular vote, then effectively you've gotten rid of the Electoral College. If you could get, say, 270, 280 states worth 280 Electoral College votes, and those states just decide, no matter what, to give their votes to the winning person nationwide, not in their state, but overall, you have one member, one vote. It's over at that point. Now, getting there is going to be tricky, and the last few states you need are going to, by definition, be more swingy than the most blue states, that many of whom have already supported it. Right? But, like, beyond that, I'm not sure. I mean, I think you need to make some sort of reforms. I think, for instance, that the Senate being expanded to include D.C. and Puerto Rico is part of it. I think passing H.R. 1 and actually ratifying it, giving more protections to voters from disenfranchisement is part of it. But I'm not sure. Because, like, some people are noting, it's not just how unrepresentative the U.S. voting system is, and it's not even just the gerrymandering. It's also, like, the lack of faith in the democratic process, which mostly, not exclusively, but mostly is growing in, like, the Trump Republican sphere. Yeah, the Electoral College was created to bolster the slave states. 100%. 100%. We've talked about this, right? Like, back in the day, they wanted to make a compromise. They didn't want it to be one member, one vote because the big states like Virginia was the biggest state at the time. States like Virginia, New York, and Pennsylvania would absolutely dominate. But they also wanted to recognize that population did matter, so they didn't want a situation where, those states wouldn't get some kind of advantage. So they came up with the college and the point system. But then the debate was the southern states wanted the massive population of chattel slavery people, human beings that were not considered citizens, to count towards their population for their electoral college score. And the compromise was the 3/5 compromise. So the electoral college, whatever you think about it, you cannot deny that its creation is inseparable from the dehumanization of black people and the empowerment of the people that primarily dehumanized them. It's part of a legacy. Like a lot of these other things, like people saying, well, like education matters. Of course, like it's not a poison, it's not a silver bullet answer. There's nothing like that. But like, I don't know what the answer is. Like Robert, like I know, like I like to have a better answer for you, but I don't. I don't know what the full answer is. And part of it, the Democratic Party needs to get its act together and run better campaigns that can win. They don't even necessarily need to be as progressive as Bernie, although they should. But you saw what happened with Ossoff and Warnock. There's a bunch of reasons why they won. Trump was a big reason. Trump basically telling people that there's no point in participating because the deep state's gonna get you. Like that helped. Like maybe it might have been unintentional, but it helped. Donald Trump and a lot of people like him helped make that happen. So like, I mean, kudos to him, I guess, right? Kudos to him. But the fact of the matter is, they also ran on the 2K checks. They ran hard on that. Ossoff and Warnock, with the exception of maybe Bernie and Ed Markey, two of the left-wing senators, said, our number one priority is getting you a $2,000 check. That's what they ran on. Good old-fashioned economic populism and redistribution. And the 2,000 checks are redistribution because you don't get them if you make over 150 as a family. They start tailing off after 75 individually and 150 family-wise. I don't know when they officially end. I don't know when they go to zero. But like, it's predominantly meant to benefit the poor and the working class and like the lower middle class. Everybody but like fairly well-off people. Like 75,000 is a lot of money in most of the U.S., right? So like, it's not. It's redistribution. It's good old-fashioned economic populism. Benefits like 85-90% of the country, whatever it is. And they won. Remember this. I've talked about this, guys. Florida voted for Trump by a pretty healthy margin, like 4 point? Florida was not close. It's not like Trump eked it out by 1 or by 10,000 votes or 20,000 votes. Florida was not close. Florida also added Republicans. In a year, they lost the Senate and the presidency. Florida was one of the states that added more Republican congresspeople. Florida became redder this year. It became a redder state. Right? It became a redder state. There might have been a blip there. Sorry about that. But there might have been a blip, but I think we're back. Florida's a redder state now. But at the same time, they had a ballot measure for a $15 an hour minimum wage, and it passed. Why would that pass over 60% in a state that's not only a red state now, but redder than it was? And it's because the Democrats absolutely failed to connect the policies they do have. Like, that wasn't an instance of Joe Biden not running on it. Like, Joe Biden, to be fair, that was one of his policy pieces. Biden's platform was not good enough, but it did have a $15 minimum wage. but he didn't talk enough about it. And moderate Democrats at the local level didn't talk enough about it. But then Ossoff and Warnock, they were. They did talk about it. You know, they did, and they won. Yeah, I mean, Patty, I am happy that they won. A bunch of reasons. We talked about it. Check out my video last night, my quick reaction to that. Let me drop you the link for that one too. But I made this last night kind of right after we got I was one of the first to call it. People were like, did you call it early? I didn't, because I went off Dave Wasserman, who's never wrong. He's quicker and more accurate in many cases than the networks. So I was very confident to call that. But no, it's great. I mean, look, it's almost like from a personal perspective, I especially like Warnock. All the attack ads on him have just shown how cool he can be. I don't hate Ossoff. He's like a better Buttigieg. I hate Pete Buttigieg. Don't hate Ossoff as much. But really, it's more about it's more about Loeffler and Perdue losing. Loeffler and Perdue are awful. They're just awful. They're scummier than even the average Republican in the Senate. So I was happy to see them lose. And of course, we get Chairman Sanders of the Budget Committee. That's a big deal. No, it was good. I was happy to see that. Of course I was. SideQuest Yeet says some of Trump cabinet members have credibly been reported to be discussing invoking the 25th. It has not yet been brought to Pence. Thank you for that, SideQuest Yeet. I have been seeing those. And I want to get to 28 days. We'll talk a bit about that. But 28 days later, 559 says Biden has already said he wasn't going to prosecute Trump. So I don't know why people are so delusional into thinking otherwise. My understanding was that Biden had been sort of coy with that. At first he said, I won't pardon Trump. I think that's what he said. And then some people interpreted that to be he's going to go after Trump. When my view was more like he's sort of just going to like let things happen. I think the correct answer for Biden is to inform his attorney general, which may be Merrick Garland if he gets confirmed, to do what you would normally do. Like treat Trump as a regular suspect, perhaps. That's the best way to do it. At least like your public messaging. Don't treat him as a special case, either to treat him more harshly or less harshly. Now, of course, my view is they're not going to send him to jail. He will get special treatment. He's a former president. You know what I mean? Simple as that. But in terms of the 25th, yeah, I could see that happening, guys. I could see that happening. I could see, it's a very, very small chance. But the fact that it's being discussed leads me to believe that it's at least possible. Right? Like right now, you're seeing some of this. Kelly Loeffler.
The events that have transpired today have forced me to reconsider.
Kelly Loeffler has just said, this is 42 seconds ago. I'm not going to put the video up, but you guys will probably be able to hear this. Tell me if you can hear this.
Subject to the certification. President, when I arrived in Washington this morning, I fully intended to object to the certification of the electoral votes. However, the events that have transpired today have forced me to reconsider, and I cannot now in good conscience object to the certification of these electors. The violence, the lawlessness, and siege of the halls of Congress are abhorrent and stand as a direct attack on the very institution my objection was intended to protect, the sanctity of the American democratic process.
But ears prepared.
So, that was Kelly Loeffler. Okay, you guys might not have been able to hear. I don't know. That was that. It might just be the feed, guys. That's the loud. My mic is cranked to max. I don't want to blow it out. That's on Twitter though. I'll drop a link here for people. This is a video on Twitter, just from a few moments ago, and it is of Kelly Loeffler saying basically that she changed her mind. That Kelly Loeffler is like, What happened today, I changed my mind. My original intent was to safeguard democracy. Whatever. She's done. But like the point is, like people are starting to drop out. Now, I still think, because basically as long as one senator and one congressman, one House member go along with this, the process has to play out. But I definitely think you're going to see a few people that were on board this morning no longer be. 100%. Not enough to stop it. You're not going to get unanimity like you should get, but it has changed things. You know? It's interesting. But yeah, about the 25th. So basically, the way the 25th works, in essence, is it's meant to be a temporary removal of a president. Right? Like, if a majority of cabinet agrees, they basically remove him from office. And then 30 days later, or whatever it is, he can go, the Congress would have to confirm their removal. Otherwise, they come back to power. So in essence, my understanding, and I'm not a constitutional expert, if the 25th was to be invoked right now, it would effectively end Trump's presidency because he's got less than 30 days left. So if half the cabinet and Pence go along with it, I think they can remove Trump. Now, the question is, will that happen? I don't know. I'm skeptical, but whereas I would say you'd be crazy 12 hours ago, now, I don't know. Russell says, I'm sure the 25th has already been invoked. Pence gave the order to National Guard, according to New York Times. That's only possible if he's done it already. Look, I mean, I've heard some indications that some of the things that Donald Trump has, or Mike Pence has been doing, indicates that they cannot rely on Trump. And that either means that he's effectively already doing the job, or that the 25th has been implemented. But like, look, I'm not going to speculate on that. Like, I'm not calling the New York Times a liar, of course, but like, until I hear like the 25th has been implemented, then I would need to, like, I'm going to speculate. But is there a chance, are there hints that it might be discussed in a way that it has never been before, even with Trump? Yes, there's a chance. There is a chance. There's 100% a chance. 100%. John Bartlett said, John Ossoff had the whole Obama impression that rubbed me the wrong way. No, I get it, John. A lot of people try to do the Obama thing. Pete Buttigieg. There's stuff about Ossoff. I mean, he's sharp. I like how he handles when he was on Fox News. I like he's a strong debater. I think he's a very gifted politician in a lot of ways. He's definitely a neoliberal. Definitely, 100%. But he ran a good campaign. And the question you have to ask yourself is he better than David Perdue? Yes, he is. And Georgia's a pretty red state still. And so it's like, how much better of a senator would you get from Georgia than John Ossoff? I don't know if you get a senator much better than him. Like Raphael Warnock, I think, is actually a bit more progressive. But do you get much better senators from that state than those two men? I'm not sure, right? Like, you know, I'm not sure you do. If like the problem with the Democrats is not people like Warnock and Ossoff being senators from Georgia. It's people like Dianne Feinstein being senators from California. That's the problem with the Democrats, is that their deep blue states send neoliberal corporate hacks to the Senate, not that they send relative moderates like Ossoff and Warnock from Georgia. That's a bigger concern from my, perspective. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. You know, like that's definitely something to consider. Let me see. Let me know what people want. Would people like, because is it airing on C-SPAN? Do people want to tune in to the Senate? Do people want to see that stuff? What do people want to see? Or do we just want to kind of have our talk? Because I can maybe look to pull that up. Because, like, there's some things, like, obviously, like, Ilhan Omar is leading the push for another impeachment. Cori Bush has been talking about expulsion. You know, these are all things that, you know, people want to see the Senate. C-SPAN is a disaster. People want to see C-SPAN. Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about necessarily about their editorial coverage, Alexander, but it's like if they're running the feed. Okay, I'm gonna try to bring that up. We'll just talk a little bit. Let me see if I can get that. Okay, I have it right here. Let me cue it up.
This is how much waste.
That the 15-minute bells in the House of Representatives have gone off in the Capitol. House back in at 9 p.m. straight up, he says. Jacoby, Tucson, hi.
Hi, thank you for having me. I just I think this is just something, unfortunately, that was bound to happen, and I think it's happening because the American people, at least Trump supporters, are now realizing
big that the American people can't rebuild it, that freedom and community and entrepreneurial effort and that neighborhoods can't rebuild. Nothing that's broken is so big that we can't fix it. Generations of our forefathers and our foremothers, probably not a word, our ancestors have spilled blood to defend the glories of this republic. Why would they do that? Because America is the most exceptional nation in the history of the world, and because the Constitution is the greatest political document that's ever been written. Most governments in the past have said might makes right, and we saw some of that hooligan nuttery today. Might makes right. No, it doesn't. God gives us rights by nature, and government is just our shared project to secure those rights. America has always been about what we choose to do together, the way we reaffirm our constitutional system, where we've got some governmental tasks, and we all in this body could do better at those governmental tasks, but the heart of America is not government. The center of America is not Washington, D.C. The center of America is the neighborhoods where 330 million Americans are raising their kids and trying to put food on the table and trying to love their neighbor. That's the center of America. We're not supposed to be the most important people in America. We're supposed to be servant leaders who try to maintain a framework for ordered liberty so that there's a structure.
You're just trying to get this
back home where they live. They can get from the silver frame of structure and order to the golden apple at the center, as Washington would have said it, which is the things that they build together. The places where they coach Little League, the places where they invite people.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna turn it up, guys. Just 1 second.
The big things we do together are governmental, like kicking Hitler's ass or like going to the moon. Sometimes there is governmental stuff, but the heart of America.
Okay, let me know. Yeah, I just wanted to get it.
Moms and dads are raising kids, and we're supposed to serve them by maintaining order and by rejecting violence. You can't do big things like that.
I do watch Clinton reviews. I like his videos. I think this is Ben Sass. Yeah.
Together as Americans, if you think other Americans are the enemy. Look, there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. I get it. There's a lot that does need to be rebuilt. But if you're angry, I want to beg you, don't let the screamers who monetize hate have the final word. Don't let nihilists become your drug dealers. There are some who want to burn it all down. We met some of them today, but they aren't going to win.
Okay, so guys, can you hear that?
Don't let them be your prophets. Instead, organize, persuade, but most importantly, love your neighbor.
Let me know if you can hear
There's
that.
the widower
Okay.
down the street who's lonely and doesn't want to tell anybody that his wife died and he doesn't have
Okay.
a lot of friends.
Let me know if you can hear that.
Shovel somebody's driveway. You can't hate somebody who just shoveled your driveway. The heart of life is about community and neighborhood, and we're supposed to be servant leaders.
I don't know why
constitutional
he's
system
talking
is
about
still
this.
The
like,
greatest order for
it's-
any government ever, and it's our job to
like,
steward
this
it,
isn't, like,
protect it.
none of this is about the vote.
Democratic leader.
Senator Durbin.
Senator from Illinois.
Okay.
March of 18.
Okay, it's basically as loud as it can go right now,
Lawyer.
guys.
Caught a train to Washington.
Let me.
His name was Abraham Lincoln. It wasn't his first trip here. He'd served as a congressman 15 years before, and he returned in the beginning of the Civil War to serve as president. It was a different place than he knew it as congressman. In 15 years, it had changed a lot. The Spriggs boarding house across the street,
let me know
which is
now.
the Library of Congress, was gone. And this building was changing. Big changes. They're building a dome on the Capitol. But they were also in the earliest days of a war.
James Murray
President
asks,
Lincoln
will
was
these
the
establishment Republicans be able to use this time to regain control from Trump and get some of them away from him? I think they might try that, James, but I don't know. I don't know how strong Trump's grip is. Maybe today weakened it a little bit, but I'm not sure. The real test is going to be the congressional primaries in 2022. Like, how many Trumpers win?
So they built the
Do
dome.
they primary the moderates?
They won the war.
That's what we're looking at here.
Since those days, that dome and this building have been a symbol to this country, a symbol of unity and of hope. Tourists come through here before COVID-19 by the tens of thousands. And if you've ever noticed their tours, they're often shushed. People are saying, show some respect for this building. We know this building in the Rotunda as a place where some of the greatest American heroes of both political parties.
Hollis Harris asks, why aren't these people trying to capture officials and force them to draft a constitution to their liking? Not what I want them to do. It's just odd. I'm not sure I quite get what you're saying, Hollis. I mean, I'm not sure. I guess maybe the protesters didn't think it through all that much.
This is a sacred place.
No, James Murray,
Place
Sass was not one of the ones trying to hold it up. Sass was one of the few Republicans that took senators that took a stand against it. To his credit.
Thugs who roam the halls and sat in that chair, Mr. Vice President, the one that you vacated at 2:15 this afternoon, sat and posed for pictures.
I'll be right back.
Those who were roaming around this chamber. What brought this on? Did this mob spring spontaneously from America? No. This mob was invited to come to Washington on this day by this president for one reason, because he knew the Electoral College vote was going to be counted this day. He wanted this mob.
Bernie is there, folks. He was actually apparently doing an interview on the news and then said I had to get back to the floor. So they must have been on break, and Bernie is there. Bernie's on the floor today.
If you wonder whether I'm going too far in what I say, just read the transcript with the Secretary of State from Georgia and listen to this president's wild conspiracy theories, one after the other, swatted down by that Republican elected official and his attorney as having no basis in fact. This president begs, he coaxes, he even threatens.
Brick Nose says the Repubs are already distancing themselves from the coup, judging by Sass. Will they weasel out of this one too? Well, to Sass's credit, limited as I'm going to give Ben Sass, he very much criticized Trump's efforts, and he was very critical of Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley. Maybe louder than even like Mitt Romney. He wasn't as quick as Romney, but he was louder. So,
well, I would say that
Sass did not support what happened today. He might be partially responsible for enabling Trump for 3 years, 3.5, 4 years, but he didn't want what happened today.
His case, the best he could put together.
As we've seen, Brick Nose, I don't know if you were here yet, but Kelly Loeffler, before we jumped on the feed,
3 justices on the
she
Supreme Court.
rescinded her desire to
State
challenge
Senator
the
from
results.
Texas, you know much more about that court than I do. I don't believe they let that paper that he sent up there even hit the desk before they laughed it out of the court. And that's the best he had to offer. No evidence whatsoever of this rigged election and this fraudulence. The senator from Texas says, we just want to create a little commission. 10 days, we're going to audit all the states, particularly the ones in contention here, and find out what actually occurred. And it really draws its parallel in 1876, Hayes and Tilden. Don't forget what that commission, that so-called political compromise, achieved. It was not just some ordinary governmental commission. It was a commission that killed Reconstruction, that established Jim Crow, that even after a civil war which tore this nation apart, it re-enslaved African Americans. And it was a commission that invited the voter suppression we are still fighting today in America. Let me close by saying this. The vote we're going to have here is a clear choice of whether we are going to feed the beast of ignorance or we are going to tell the truth to the American people.
I'm not sure what state we're on. People asking about expulsion. Cory Bush actually is drafting
Majority Leader.
a resolution basically to investigate those who backed Trump's coup and explore whether they should be expelled. That's one of Cory Bush's first things. So she's coming in hot, guys. But I don't think anyone's going to get expelled.
And why share the same
I don't think that's going to
frustrations many
happen.
Americans have over
Even
the
if they deserve it.
presidential election, the violence and mob rule which occurred at the U.S. Capitol today and across the country over the past year are unacceptable, and I condemn them at the highest level. And like all of us in the chamber, I'm thankful for the heroic law enforcement officers who worked feverishly to restore order so that we get back to the electoral certification process. During my 29-year career as an obstetrician and gynecologist, too often I had to sit down with patients and give them a very bad diagnosis. It might have been a young mother of 3 who I delivered all 3 of her babies, now with metastatic breast cancer, or perhaps another woman with advanced cervical or ovarian cancer, all with a very challenging prognosis. But before I sat down with each one of those patients, I carefully reviewed all their labs, their x-rays, and their pathology to make sure I had the facts straight. But at the end of the day, my final recommendation was always going to be a recommendation from my heart. I want my fellow Kansans and all Americans to know that I've given as much consideration and thought surrounding the issue objecting to a state's electoral college votes as I did considering the treatment plan for a serious health concern. And
What's with
today's
the
decision,
metaphors,
once
dude? Just
again,
tell me what
is
you
from my
want.
heart.
Stop it.
Mr. President, I rise today to restore integrity to our republic. And I rise to join the many of our colleagues who are all concerned for current and future generations. We must restore faith and confidence in one of our republic's most hallowed patriotic duties, voting. There is no question our U.S. Constitution empowers state legislatures to execute free, legal, and fair elections. Unfortunately, in several states, the clear authority of those state legislatures to determine the rules for voting were usurped by governors, secretaries of states, and activist courts. Our laws and Constitution should always be followed, especially in a time of crisis. I don't rise to undo a state's legally obtained electoral college votes. Rather, I rise in hopes of improving the integrity of the ballot to hold states accountable to the time-proven constitutional system of the Electoral College. This is why I urge the formation of an electoral commission to give constructive suggestions and recommendations.
I think this was one of the guys that was a part of that Ted Cruz effort, which is like, we don't want to challenge it. We just want a special committee to investigate it. And also, we want it to be formed in 10 days. You know.
To all my fellow Americans, I have no doubt that our republic can go stronger through this difficult day. May God bless this great republic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Also, Tucker Carlson is claiming that it is the liberals' fault of what happened in Washington today.
Senator from Illinois.
President,
if that's surprising to you.
In 2004,
I don't think it is.
I packed up my rucksack, laced up my boots, and deployed to Iraq, ready to sacrifice whatever was asked of me, all because I loved this nation, willing to sacrifice my life if needed. because I believe in the sanctity of our electoral system, which had declared George W. Bush my commander-in-chief. I earned my wounds, proudly fighting in a war I did not support, on the orders of a president I did not vote for, because I believed in, and I still do believe in, the values of our nation, because I believe in a government of, by, and for the people, where voters choose who leads them, not the other way around. I have spent my entire adult life defending our democracy, but I never thought it would be necessary to defend it from an attempted violent overthrow in our nation's own Capitol building.
This is a pretty good speech by Duckworth here.
Well, I refuse to let anyone intent on instigating chaos or inciting
Some people wanted her to be
deter me
VP.
from carrying out my constitutional duties. You know, when my Army buddies and I raised our right hands, when the 45,000 troops in Arizona raised their right hands and swore to protect and defend the Constitution, we did not qualify our oath by saying that we'd follow orders only when the commander-in-chief was someone whose election we were happy with. Just like when every senator in this chamber was sworn into office, we didn't mutter under our breath that we discharge our duties only when it served our political interests or helped us to avoid the wrath of a petty, insecure, wannabe tin pot dictator on the precipice of losing power and relevance.
That's pretty good.
No.
See, this is
There's
good.
no ambiguity
like
here.
her metaphor was much
Biden
better,
won the election
I think.
with a record number of votes. Republican officials nationwide confirmed those results, including in Arizona, as has judge after Trump-appointed judge. Even Trump's attorney general admitted that the United States Department of Justice had not found
People can
widespread
click that
fraud
like
would have
button,
affected the outcome.
click the subscribe button if you're new.
Yet still,
Politics from a left
many
perspective.
of my Republican colleagues are asking
Help
us
to let
to
more people
ignore
see
all
this.
of that.
Thanks, guys.
With no evidence of their own, they're asking us to ignore court rulings, ignore Republican election officials, and even worse, ignore the will of the people across this vast, great nation. By trying to overturn this election, they are placing more trust in Reddit conspiracy theories over the Constitution, proving that appeasing Trump is more important to them than
Reddit's like,
protecting the most basic tenet of our republic.
She just went hard at Reddit, guys. She just went hard at Reddit.
There's one thing I know.
Woo!
It's that my troops didn't sign up to defend our democracy in war zones thousands of miles away, only to watch it crumble in these hallowed halls here at home. Yet that is what this effort amounts to, an attempt to subvert our democracy, and in the process, it is threatening what makes America American. Because in this country, the power of the people has always mattered more than the people in power. That is the ideal that this nation was founded upon. That is why a few patriots threw some tea in Boston Harbor, why Washington crossed the Delaware, why suffragists were arrested a century ago, and why my friend John Lewis crossed that bridge in Selma in 1965. It is why millions spent a Tuesday in November standing in line, braving a pandemic to make their voices heard. Listen, this administration has always had an adversarial relationship with the truth. Trump always cries conspiracy, always foments chaos whenever something doesn't go his way. But today, we here in this chamber have the opportunity to prove that here, in this country, truth matters, that right matters.
No, so this is from Ed O'Keefe, guys. I don't want to interrupt this great speech, but this is a few minutes ago, about half an hour ago, but I just saw this is a CBS reporter. He says here, this is not news we deliver lightly. Trump cabinet secretaries are discussing invoking the 25th to remove President Trump. Nothing formal yet presented to VP Pence. I'm talking about actual members of the cabinet. So, you know, we've been talking a bit about this, the 25th Amendment, which basically allows the cabinet, a majority of cabinet, and the vice president to get together and remove the president from office. Now, it's a temporary removal that has to be confirmed by Congress, but
And on the sacrifices.
It's like a 30-day thing,
by
and
those
his
who've given
term's
so
over in
much
2
to
weeks.
this nation.
So it would be the end of Trump's presidency if
From
they invoke the
service
25th.
members at Fort Huachuca.
So I'll drop the link
Marine
for
Corps
those that want to
Station
see.
to the
This is
marchers
from,
who
again,
bent
from Ed
America's
O'Keefe, who
moral
is a
walk bit more
towards
justice
a
every
real
single
reporter.
step that they
So I
took,
think it's a good
every
source.
bridge that they crossed. Then ask
Check that out.
yourself whether the democracy they were willing to bleed for, the country that each of us in this chamber has sworn to defend, is worth damaging in order to protect the porcelain ego of a man who treats the Constitution as if it were little more than a yellowing piece of paper. I think we all know the right answer.
Majority Leader.
That was good. Was that the first? That was the first applause we've heard of the night. That was really good.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Kentucky, Senator Paul.
Senator from
this
Kentucky.
fucking.
I wrote a speech for today.
Jesus, why?
Planning to say that I fear the chaos of establishing a precedent that Congress can overturn elections. Boy, was I right. Chaos, anarchy. The violence today was wrong and un-American. The vote we are about to cast is incredibly important. Now more than ever, the question is, should Congress override the certified results from the states and nullify the states' rights to conduct elections? The vote today is not a protest. The vote today is literally to overturn elections. We've been told that this is a protest. Well, this is about an electoral commission. No, it's not. It's about whether to seat the electors that have been certified by a state. It's not about an electoral commission. It's not about a protest. You can go outside if you want to protest. This is about overturning a state-certified election. If you vote to overturn these elections, wouldn't it be the opposite of what states' rights Republicans have always advocated for? This would doom the Electoral College forever.
See, this is what we've talked about, guys. Though the right-wing Republicans that are anti-coup, this is the argument they're making. That this is an attack on the Electoral College, and if you want to save the Electoral College, you have to respect the result. This is what Tom Cotton was saying.
To overturn everything held dear by those of us who support the rights of states in this great system of federalism that was bequeathed to us by our founders. The Electoral College was created to devolve the power of selecting presidential electors to the states. The Electoral College is, without question, an inseparable friend to those who believe that every American across our vast country deserves to be heard. If Congress were to give the power to overturn the state's election, what terrible chaos would ensue every 4 years? Imagine the furor against the Electoral College if Congress becomes a forum to overturn states' Electoral College slates. It's one thing to be angry. It's another to focus one's anger in constructive ways. That hasn't happened today, to say the least. We simply cannot destroy the Constitution, our laws, and the Electoral College in the process.
Yeah.
I hope as the nation's anger cools, we can channel that energy into essential electoral reforms at the state level.
See what that's dog whistling for, is a lot of these Republicans, they say, look, we're not going to win this one, but we're going to use this election as an excuse to clamp down on voter rights. That's going to be a scary fight. Watch local Republicans really make it harder for black people to vote and working class people, poor people to vote. Watch that.
Mr. President,
that's the fight.
I think like most of us, I'm still pretty reeling from what happened today. What I was going to talk about was the work that I'm most proud of since I've been here, with my good friend Richard Burr and all the members of the Intelligence Committee, about a multi-year report we did into foreign interference in our elections. Probably our top recommendation of that 5-volume bipartisan report was that any official or candidate should use restraint and caution when questioning results of our elections.
Joaquin Castro tweeted, Cruz and Hawley should resign immediately, and AOC retweeted it.
Use caution because whether knowingly or unknowingly, and whether that adversary is in Russia or China or Iran, Their goals are pretty simple. They want to make it appear to Americans, to folks around the world, to their own people, that there's nothing special about American democracy. I was going to try in a feeble way to maybe reach some of the rhetorical heights of Ben Sass, and I knew I couldn't do that. So instead, I know I'm violating rules here. Today's the day for violating rules. This is a photo.
What?
Appears today on one of the most prominent German newspapers. You don't need to draw up it. You can draw up photos from any newspaper or any television feed anywhere across the world. And what is this photo of? It's of thugs. Thugs in the halls of this Capitol, diminishing everything we say we believe in this democracy.
Yeah. It's good to call them thugs.
When you look at those images,
really good to call them thugs.
Those images are priceless for our adversaries. God willing, tonight, in an overwhelming way, we're going to take a small step in a bipartisan way to start restoring that trust.
I love how he's like, now we won't be able to crush democracies in Latin America because now they're going to know we're hypocritical, a-holes.
These images will still endure. I yield back.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Missouri, Senator Hawley.
Oh, fuck. Here we go.
Thank you. I want to begin this evening by saying thank you.
Retire.
To the of the Capitol
Leave.
Hill Police, the armed, the National Guardsmen.
This is your fault.
Metropolitan Police and others who came to this Capitol, who put their lives on the line to protect everyone here working inside of it. And I want to thank law enforcement all across this country, in my home state of Missouri and everywhere else, who do that day in and day out. And I just want to acknowledge that when it comes to violence, this has been...
Okay, I tried adjusting the mic a little bit. It's hard to find that sweet spot.
We've seen a lot of violence against law enforcement, and today we saw it here in the capital of the United States. And in this country, in the United States of America, we cannot say emphatically enough, violence is not how you achieve change.
Yeah, he's the youngest senator, I think.
It's not how you achieve something.
Well, he will. Now it's Ossoff.
Our Constitution was built and put into place.
Well, when
so
Ossoff joins officially in a couple days.
Lincoln, no appeal from ballots
be right back.
to bullets, which is what we saw, unfortunately, attempted tonight. There is no place for that in the United States of America. And that's why I submit to my colleagues that what we're doing here tonight is actually very important. Because for those who have concerns about the integrity of our elections, those who have concerns about what happened in November, this is the appropriate means. This is the lawful place where those objections and concerns should be heard. This is the forum that the law provides for. Our laws provide for those concerns to be registered. Not
Look at this guy lecturing.
Not by appealing from ballots
Guys,
to bullets,
he gave a fist
this
up to these protesters
process.
before they stormed the Capitol. Let me look this up.
And so to those who say that this is just a formality today, an antique ceremony that we've engaged in for a couple of hundred years, I can't say that I agree. I can't say that our precedents suggest that. I actually think it's very vital what we do. The opportunity to be heard, to register objections is very vital because this is the place where those objections are to be heard and dealt with, debated, and finally resolved. In this lawful means, peacefully, without violence, without attacks, without bullets. And so, Mr. President, let me just say now briefly...
This guy burned so much goodwill. Remember a couple weeks ago, he supported the $2,000 checks, was talking about working with Bernie, and then like 5 days later, he's supporting it too. My God. Why?
Quite apart from allegations of any fraud, you have a state constitution that has been interpreted for over a century to say that there is no mail-in balloting permitted except for in very narrow circumstances that's also provided for.
Look, I don't want to hear from Cruz and I don't want to hear from Hawley. Both of them are like second only to Trump himself responsible for what's happening today.
Irregardless of what the Pennsylvania Constitution said. And then when Pennsylvania citizens tried to go and be heard on this subject before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, they were dismissed on grounds of procedure, timeliness.
Yeah, that's a
in
good point,
violation of
Mr.
that
Anderson.
Supreme
Like
Court's
he's
own
treating this
precedent.
like a stump speech.
So the merits of the case
And
have
this
never
is
been
bullshit
heard.
too, guys,
The
because
constitutionality of the statute
the
actually has never
Pennsylvania
been defended.
Republican
I'm not aware of
senators
any
just
court that has
refused
passed
to
on
sit one of their
constitutionality.
own,
Actually,
even
I'm
though
not aware
he's
of
duly
anybody who's
elected.
defended the constitutionality.
That was yesterday.
And this was the statute that governed.
So don't give me this
last
BS
election,
about
which were over
Pennsylvania
2.5
election
million
law.
Mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. This is my point. That this is the forum. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court hasn't heard the case. There's no other court to go to hear the case in the state. And so this is the appropriate place for these concerns to be raised, which is why I have raised them here today. And I hope that this body will not miss the opportunity to take affirmative action to address the concerns of so many millions of Americans, to say to millions of Americans tonight that violence is never warranted, that violence will not be tolerated, that those who engage in it will be prosecuted, but that this body will act to address the concerns of all Americans across the country. We do need an investigation into irregularities, fraud. We do need a way forward together. We need election security reforms. I bet my friends on the other side of the aisle don't disagree with that. We need to find a way to move forward on that together so that the American people from both parties, all walks of life, can have confidence in their elections and that we can arrange ourselves under the rule of law that we share together. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Casey.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
I rise tonight to defend the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to defend the more than 6.9 million voters who voted in this election, and to condemn in the strongest possible terms
who do you think is a communist
this
here?
attempt to disenfranchise the voters of Pennsylvania.
Like, there's probably communists in my
based
audience.
upon a lie.
I'm a democratic
and
socialist,
falsehood.
but like,
That same
there's no communist in the entire U.S. Congress at all, anywhere.
And today's lawlessness.
There's
here in the
basically
Capitol.
no commies anywhere holding any power in the whole United
One of my
States.
constituents, Susan from the Lehigh Valley, the community of our state where Senator Toomey lives, recently wrote to my office and perhaps said it best. She said, and I quote, "We cannot allow anybody to overturn the legal votes of the citizens of Pennsylvania. This would be the ultimate destruction of our democracy," unquote. Susan had it right. We cannot allow anybody, and she put that word in all caps, to overturn the legal votes of the people of our state. Let me address the allegation regarding the Pennsylvania Constitution and the General Assembly. Somehow that the General Assembly didn't have the authority to enact no-excuse mail-in voting, that process for the people of our state. First, the law in question, Act 77, was passed in 2019 and was implemented without any serious question as to its constitutionality. The law was passed by a Republican-controlled General Assembly, House and Senate. It was only after the 2020 election, when it became clear that President-elect Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by a little more than 80,000 votes, did some Republican politicians in our state
That's a good point about Sawant, but I don't even know if she identifies as a communist.
Second,
does she, or does she identify as a socialist?
Is plainly constitutional. My colleagues allege that the state constitution requires in-person voting except under limited circumstances. This is not true. While Pennsylvania lays out specific situations in which absentee voting is required, there is no in-person requirement in our
My
state's
Twitter, just my feed is ripping Holly
The
right now,
Constitution
guys.
set a floor,
Here's Cory Bush
not a
4 minutes
ceiling
ago
for
sharing that
this
tweet.
type of voting.
Josh
Second,
Hawley said he was doing this for the people of Missouri.
apart
Let me
from
tell
the
you something,
argument
Josh.
made by
Cory
my
Bush is the
colleague,
rep from St.
there's
Louis.
bipartisan
You are
agreement
supposed to
across
represent
our
St.
state
Louis too, but you
at
do
the
not
local,
speak for us.
state, and
You have
federal level
blood on your hands, and
that
that's why I'm
our
calling for
election was
your
fair,
removal from Congress.
secure,
Cory
and
Bush,
lawful.
guys.
On Monday,
Here it is.
my
Cory
colleague from
Bush
Pennsylvania,
just
Senator Toomey,
coming in hot.
wrote in an op-ed, and I'm quoting, "The evidence is overwhelming that Joe
Cory
Biden
Bush coming in
won
hot, guys.
this election," unquote. There's simply no evidence to justify the outrageous claims of widespread voter fraud or election irregularities suggested suggested by those seeking to overturn the election. 60 cases, court after court, all throughout our state and throughout the country, including the Supreme Court, dealing with this bizarre argument that we know is based upon that lie. In one court, the United States Court of Appeals for
Corey
the
in the
Third
House.
Circuit, Judge Bibas,
I really like
appointed
that
by
bet. How have
President
I
Trump.
not?
He said,
how
quote,
have I not?
"The campaign's claims
That's
have
great.
no merit," unquote. The United States, he said, has free and fair elections, which are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here, unquote. So said Judge Bibas. Finally, Mr. President, a word about those election officials who did such work. These election officials all across our state, Republicans and Democrats, from red counties and blue counties, they did their jobs. They are patriots. And these objections are an attack on these Pennsylvania public servants. Give you one example.
I hope we get the $2,000
Commissioner
stimulus.
Al Schmidt,
I hope we get it.
of Philadelphia. He wrote,
Some
and I
Republicans
said,
might vote
and
for
he
it.
wrote as
I worry
quote,
about a
as
couple
follows,
Democrats
quote,
like Durbin
"There
and,
really should not be a
Manchin, maybe
disagreement,
not.
regardless of party affiliation.
But I hope we get it.
When we're talking about counting votes
Manchin
by
apparently
eligible
disagreed
voters.
with Bernie's
It's not a
push.
very controversial thing,
So,
or at least
I
it
don't
shouldn't
know.
be, unquote.
But a couple senators do agree
After
with the
Election
$2,000,
Day,
so we'll have to see.
Commissioner Al Schmidt,
A couple
his
Republicans.
family and his colleagues were subjected to death threats simply because he was trying to do his job with integrity. It calls to mind, Mr. President, that great line from America the Beautiful, "O beautiful for patriot dream that sees beyond the years." These election officials, like so many of our patriots, we heard from Senator Duckworth tonight, a real patriot. These patriots did their job. Let's support these patriots. Vote against this objection.
Majority Leader. I yield 5 minutes to the senator from Utah, Senator Romney.
Oh, this could be interesting
from
here.
Utah.
This is going to be interesting.
Mr. President,
I'm interested to hear this, actually.
today was heartbreaking, and I was shaken to the core as I thought about the people I met in China and Russia and Afghanistan and Iraq and other places who yearn for freedom and who look to this building and these shores as a place of hope. And I saw the images being broadcast around the world, and it breaks my heart. I have 25 grandchildren. Many of them were watching TV,
Yes, I am Canadian.
thinking about this building, whether their grandpa was okay. I knew I was okay. I must tell you as well, I was proud to serve with these men and women. This is an extraordinary group of people. I'm proud to be a member of the United States Senate and meet with people of integrity as we do here today. Now we gather due to a selfish man's injured pride and the outrage of supporters who he has deliberately misinformed for the past 2 months and stirred to action this very morning.
Yep.
What happened here today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. Fairly or not, they'll be remembered for their role in this shameful episode in American history. That will be their legacy. I salute Senator Langford and Loeffler and Braun and Daines, and I'm sure others, who in the light of today's outrage have withdrawn their objection. For any who remain insistent on an audit in order to satisfy the many people who believe that the election was stolen, I'd offer this perspective. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters.
He is Mormon, so he
particularly
probably.
when the president will continue
They generally
to say
have
that
big
the election
families.
was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth.
Yeah, he's right. I mean, Romney's right here. He is.
That's the burden That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election. President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun. Scores of courts, the president's own attorney general, state election officials,
I guess it's true.
both
This man
Republican
has
and
lost
Democrat have reached that
a presidential
unequivocal
election.
decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I asked my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience? Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years of public service. Think of that. Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the election, it's because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Senator from New Hampshire, Senator Shaheen.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, on January 3rd, I, along with 31 of my colleagues, stood in this chamber and swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's both ironic and deeply disappointing that only 3 days after swearing these oaths, some of my colleagues are willfully coming close to breaking this promise.
It's true.
Since 1797, each U.S. president has peacefully handed over power to the next, and that will happen again on January 20th, when Donald Trump, despite the protesters today, the violence today, when Donald Trump leaves the White House at noon and Joe Biden becomes president. And we've heard tonight from both
Vaudry, you're right,
Democrats
100%.
and Republicans about the importance of the voters speaking in the election, and about the fact that there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. But this is not just an issue for us here in the United States. This is an issue for nascent democracies around the world who, as Senator Romney said, look to the United States as an example. We are the shining city on the hill. We give those struggling under oppression hope for a better future. Now, like so many of us,
I don't like this romanticism. The United States, frankly, is not necessarily a friend to democracy everywhere.
Afghanistan and Iraq,
Like, look at Bolivia and
Western
Venezuela
Balkans,
and Cuba.
to Africa, to the country of Georgia. I went there with my colleague, Senator Risch. In 2012, we went to Georgia to observe officially, on behalf of the Senate, the election between outgoing President Mikhail Saakashvili and his United National Movement Party, and the challenge by Georgian Dream, which was a newly formed party supported and funded by billionaire oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili. It was a battle for parliament, but also for control of the government.
Yeah, it's a good. Yeah,
Senator Risch and
that's
I
one thing I'm not going
visited
to.
multiple polling places
Even
on
Democrats are
Election
doing
Day,
it where they're like, the
and we
United States
agreed
should
with
be an
the
example to
international
democracy.
that election
KDC,
was free and fair, and that
KDC
Georgia
B11, thank you so much for the
were the
support and
winners.
for the super chat and kind words.
But there
Thank you
was
so
real
much.
concern in the country
Hope you
that
continue to enjoy the
Saakashvili
channel.
was going to refuse to give up power. That would lead to violence. It would end the nascent democratic reforms that were happening in that former Soviet republic. And so Senator Risch and I, the day after the election, went to visit President Saakashvili to try and talk him out of staying in power. And I remember very clearly going to his home, and we sat down with him and we pointed out that the hallmark of a democracy, what he had worked so hard for in his 8 years as president of Georgia, the hallmark of that was to turn over power in a peaceful election to the person that the voters chose. Well,
Capital.
President Saakashvili listened to us, and he did leave office peacefully. But it's important that future generations
Thanks, Scott.
recognize that America,
Click that subscribe
like
button, folks, if you want
democracies
political
everywhere,
coverage from the left.
depends on a peaceful transition of
Click
power,
the like
on
button.
believing
Helps people
in
see
what
the stream.
voters say,
Thanks so much.
and in ensuring that happens. Unfortunately, we've heard from some senators today who have been enabling President Trump's willful disregard of the votes of our citizenry, even as they speak out against foreign leaders who ignore their own people. They will fail, and history will remember them. And I hope that future generations will view the actions of some of those folks today as little more than an unfortunate anomaly. Future opportunists may use this ill-fated effort to seek short-term political gain over the long-term stability of our republic. But for the sake of our great country and America's standing in the world, I ask my colleagues today to fully endorse the results of the free and fair election and set aside this partisan attempt to subvert the will of the people. We should be venerating the peaceful transition of power, even if our own preferred candidate didn't win. That is, after all, who
Someone's
we are
phone.
in the United States of America.
Great ringtone.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Most of the
Mr.
speeches
President,
are a little
I
dull.
yield, up to 5
Duckworth was
minutes
really
to
good.
Senator from Ohio, Senator Portman.
Duckworth was really
Senator
good.
from Ohio.
Mr. Vice President, you have fulfilled your duties as President of the Senate tonight with distinction, and we all appreciate it. I thought about changing my mind and not speaking tonight, given the lateness of the hour, and I know all of my colleagues would have appreciated that greatly. But I felt it was necessary to speak because I want the American people, particularly my constituents in Ohio, to see that we will not be intimidated, that we will not be disrupted from our work, that here in the citadel of democracy, we will continue to do the work of the people. Mob rule is not going to prevail here. Now, let's face it, we did not reclaim this chamber tonight. Brave and selfless law enforcement officers stood in the breach and ensured
Linda, get rid of the Electoral College. Linda, 100%. It's going to be hard. I think the way you do it is you get enough states to add up to 270 to agree to just honor the national popular vote. Constitutional amendment's too hard.
And I've listened over the past
it is
couple of
necessary,
weeks as
however
this
you
issue
can
has
do
been
it.
discussed, and
Disempower the Electoral
I
College.
tell you, for me, it's not a hard decision.
Thank you, Linda, for the
I stand
support.
with the Constitution. I stand with what the Constitution makes clear. The people and the states hold the power here, not us. My oath to the Constitution and my reverence for our democratic principles make it easy for me to confirm these state certifications. By the way, I posed this process some 15 years ago when some Democrats chose to object to the electors from my home state of Ohio after the 2004 elections.
Loeffler is there, Noam Bennett. I'm not sure if that's her. It looks like it might be Loeffler.
Congress must not thwart the will of the people.
She hasn't been formally unsat
That's
yet.
what we would be doing.
I don't know when that happens.
Let's assume for a moment that
But
those
she
who
has
object to the
withdrawn her
certifications are
criticism.
right.
People didn't see that. Loeffler was
That
going to
the
support the
Constitution
objections
intended
and has
that a bare
changed her
majority
mind
members
because of what happened
Congress
today.
could circumvent the states that have chosen
She's
to
probably not the
certify
only one.
the popular votes of their own state citizens. I ask the objectors
Jerome,
to think
thanks for
about
what you do. It means so much when you say you comment from the
precedent that would
left.
be
Comments
set
with
if we were to
honesty,
do
that's the
that.
whole difference. Great work.
What if
Jerome,
the majority
thanks for the
in the
support.
House and the Senate was of the other party?
Yes,
where
everyone has
presidential
biases.
candidate of our party
It's
came
best
through a
to
close
own your biases
presidential
and do your
election?
best to see other perspectives. And I try to
Would
do
you
that
want
on
a
this channel.
Congress controlled
Not always
by the
perfect, but I try my
Democrats to
best.
play the
Thank you for your
role
support.
You now intend for us? It is asking Congress to substitute its judgment.
Okay,
for the
DC,
judgment
thank
of
you
the
for
voters,
becoming a member of the channel.
And
I
its
very
judgment
much appreciate it. Thank
for
you
the
so
judgment
much.
of the states that certified the results. And even forgetting the dangerous precedent that would be set, what would be the basis for objecting in this election? Look, I voted for President Trump. I supported him because I believe the Trump administration's policies are better for Ohio and for the country. And I supported the Trump campaign's right to pursue recounts. They had every right to do it. And legal challenges. I agree that there were instances of fraud and irregularities in the 2020 elections. I think we all do. And by the way, there is fraud and irregularities in every presidential election.
You're more likely to get struck by lightning than there is voter fraud.
Challenges, not a single state recount changed the result. And of the dozens of lawsuits filed, not one found evidence of fraud or irregularities
2 for 6 is back at home.
Changed the result of the election. This was the finding of numerous Republican-appointed judges and the Trump administration's own Department of Justice. Every state has now weighed in and chosen to certify its electoral slate based on the popular vote as set out in the Constitution.
Russer says, sub during Trudeau's blackface scandal, haven't looked back. Your coverage of 2019 Fed election was great. Any thoughts on the next one?
It's
coming soon, I think.
The 2020 election.
If the vaccine rollout continues to be bad, though, Trudeau's not going to want to call it.
Accepted the results from the states and
I was
insisting
thinking
on more
the spring,
transparency and accountability.
But probably more like the summer or fall.
In the 2016 elections,
if the vaccine rollout went really smoothly, Trudeau would have called the election in March.
To the results
I don't know if that's going to happen now.
And distrusted the election. I challenge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle.
Thank you so much for the support, Russer.
But also to do our part to try to restore faith in our elections. Mr. President, we should all work to improve the integrity
This
of
isn't
the
Sheldon
electoral
Whitehouse. This is an Ohio Republican.
Of the American people
Whitehouse is from...
of our great democratic republic.
Where's he from?
Today I'll do my constitutional duty and oppose these efforts to reject the state-certified results. And tomorrow, in the wake of this attack on the
Sheldon
Capitol,
Whitehouse is a
us,
Rhode Island senator.
Challenges. Let's work together.
He does. They do look sort of similar. Whitehouse has a bit more of a rounder face, though. But they actually look quite a bit alike now that you mention it.
I'd like to divide 4 to Senator King and 4 to Senator Van Hollen.
That's correct, Leader.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
Winston Churchill once said that he could do a 2-hour speech extemporaneously, but a 10-minute speech took immense preparation. I don't know what he would have said about a 4-minute speech. We are a 240-year anomaly in world history. We think that what we have here in this country is the way it's always been. It is a very unusual form of government. The normal form of government throughout world history is dictators, kings, czars, pharaohs, warlords, tyrants. And we thought 20 years ago the march of history was toward democracy, but it is in retreat in Hungary and Turkey. Goodness knows in Russia. Democracy as we have practiced it is fragile.
Juan Guaido, guys,
fragile, and it
is trying to act like he's disgusted by this attack on democracy in the United States as he continues to try to coup Venezuela.
On trust in courts, in public officials, and yes, in elections. I don't sympathize or justify or in any way support, that's putting it mildly, what happened here today, but I understand it. I understand it because I saw those people interviewed today and they said, we're here because this election has been stolen. And the reason they said that is that their leader has been telling them that every day for 2 months.
like personal responsibility matters. Like they chose to do it, but they're right. Like Trump was egging this on, and like Trump people were egging it on. Yeah, he's right.
Our entire system. And I agree with Governor Romney that the answer to this problem is to tell people the truth, is to tell them what happened. It's easy to confront your opponents. It's hard to confront your friends. It's hard to tell your supporters something they don't want to hear. But that's our obligation. That's why the word leader is applied to people in jobs like ours. It's not supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be something that we take on as a sacred obligation. And if people believe something that isn't true, it's our obligation to tell them.
I mean, he's right here, though, that a lot of Republicans probably don't support Trump, but are afraid to do the right thing and tell their supporters they're wrong. Just say, no, you're wrong.
Reserved to the states.
It's true. They're too afraid to do it.
And I agree with...
Like, they know Trump lost. They know it. They know it. They're not stupid. Some of them are, but most of them, they're not stupid. They know Trump lost. But they're afraid to tell the truth to the Republican
Abraham
base.
Lincoln came to this building. He came to this building in the darkest days of the Civil War. He was trying to awaken the Congress to the crisis that we were facing. And he didn't feel that they were fully and effectively engaged. And he ended his speech that day with words that I think have an eerie relevance tonight. Here's what Abraham Lincoln said. Fellow Americans, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. And here's his final words. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation.
This feels like longer than 4 minutes. Is it? Is it, guys? I didn't time it. That feels like it's longer than 4 minutes.
President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. The mob violence and attack we saw on our Capitol today should be a wake-up call to each and every one of us of what happens when we fail to come together, not as Democrats and Republicans, but each of us as Americans, to stand up to a president who time and again has shown contempt for our democracy, contempt for our Constitution. Today here on the Capitol, we witnessed people taking down an American flag and putting up a Trump flag. That is not democracy in the United States of America.
Lukov, it was a very generous 4 minutes. That's a very diplomatic way of putting it.
We have for hundreds of years had a peaceful transfer of power. Nobody likes to lose, and supporters
as Samantha Sider is noting, both Hannity and Tucker Carlson tonight blamed what happened today on the radical left, which is
we had a president who,
bonkers
as a senator
to
from
me.
New Jersey, said even before a vote was cast that if he didn't win the election,
we know Trump is watching Fox News tonight and is not watching this.
Since then,
he's watching Hannity and he was watching Tucker. And Laura Ingraham, watch, when she comes on tonight, she'll do the same thing.
We have a president who just today criticized very loyal vice president who is presiding right now, urging him to disregard his responsibilities under the Constitution of the United States in order to reinstall Donald Trump as president. The same person who got on the phone to the Secretary of State in Georgia and threatened him to change the results of the election. Mr. President, I read something this week I never thought I'd read.
This is according to.
States of America.
So again, I want to pop in too much.
It was an op-ed by all the living former
This is a
Secretaries
Bloomberg
of
reporter.
Defense,
Trump has banned Mike Pence's
Secretaries
chief of staff from
Rumsfeld,
the White House.
Cheney, and Mattis. Warning.
Multiple White
warning
House
the
advisors
country
are considering resignation
about
right
our
now.
tradition of peaceful transfer of power, and that it would be inappropriate for the military to take sides. In the United States of America,
Who does Tucker have left but the My Pillow guy?
We want to promote democracy and our values, and right here at home, too many are undermining those values. And Mr. President, Donald Trump could not do this alone. He can only do it if he's aided and abetted by individuals who are willing to perpetrate those lies and those conspiracies. And that is why it is so important that we as Democrats and Republicans and senators stand up together. Stand up together and tell the truth. You know, when you go into a court of law like those 60 cases, you're testifying under penalty of perjury. That's very different than here in the House and the Senate. And in all those 60 cases under penalty of perjury, there was no evidence of widespread fraud. So it should be easy for us all together to tell the truth. On January 20th, Joe Biden will be sworn in as the next president of the United States. He has said he wants to bring the country together. He has said he wants to bring Democrats and Republicans together to do some of the pressing business of this country, to defeat this pandemic, to get the economy going again, to face challenging issues of racial and social justice. I hope we will learn from what happened today, the mob attack on this Capitol, the price we pay when we don't stand up.
Dominic is asking how long this is scheduled to go. Dominic, thank you for the support. I honestly have no idea. I'll probably be going till at least 10:30 or so and then reevaluate.
Between Elizabeth Willing Powell
but this
and
might
Benjamin
go
Franklin.
a long time tonight, so we'll kind of keep an eye on how long, how tired I am.
Doctor, what have we got?
But I'm not sure.
Or a monarchy?
And they're also doing a concurrent debate in the House right now. I went to the Senate because I feel like
colleagues, this is a test.
That's probably the more significant House. But they are also having concurrent debates in the Senate, where Pelosi is presiding over them and all that.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from South Carolina, Senator Graham.
Oh, it's Lindsey
Senator
Graham
from South Carolina.
Many times my state has been the problem. I love it. It's where I want to die, but no time soon. Tim and I have a good relationship. I love Tim Scott. 1876, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida sent 2 slate of electors.
Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, had a great statement earlier today, if you haven't seen it. The leader of the left party here in Canada. The horror unfolding in Washington is frightening, and it was incited by Donald Trump. He can end it, but refuses to. Democracy must not be intimidated. The violence must end. Jagmeet Singh was famously the only Canadian political leader to make a direct call for Trump to lose. Some people complained, but he was right to do it.
When Hayes did a deal with these 3 states, you give me the electors.
Remember, this was the guy that tried to steal Georgia before Trump tried to steal Georgia. Remember that. Days after that, he was calling Raffensperger up to cancel the mail-in votes. Remember that. Don't let Lindsey Graham live that down.
If you're looking for a way to convince people there was no fraud, having a commission chosen by Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and John Roberts is not going to get you to where you want to go. It ain't going to work. So it's not going to do any good. It's going to delay, and it gives credibility to a dark chapter of our history. That's why I'm not with you. But I will fight to my death for you. You're able to object. You're not doing anything wrong. Other people have objected. I just think it's a uniquely bad idea. to delay this election. Trump and I, we've
Lindsey
had a hell of a
Graham
journey.
already tried to steal
I hate
it.
it being this way.
He did.
Oh my God,
he
I hate
already tried to
From my
steal
point of
this.
view, he's
Don't
been a
let this
consequential
ghoul. Look,
But today-
all the Republicans are ghouls, but like some of them were like good faith
I
about
can
the
say
election. Lindsey
is,
Graham is not one
count
of them.
me
He's
out.
trying to
Enough
walk
is
it
enough.
back. Don't let him forget
Tried
it.
to be helpful.
Patrick saying, thanks, Christo. Nasty day. Very much. Very nasty. But thank you for the support. I very much appreciate it. Get some water. I'll be right back.
Of Wisconsin. I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore can accept 5-4, he's not president. I can accept Wisconsin 4-3. Pennsylvania. It went to the Second Circuit. So much for all the judges being in Trump's pocket. They said, no, you're wrong. I accept the Pennsylvania Second Circuit that Trump's lawsuit wasn't right. Georgia, they said the Secretary of State took the law in his own hands. He changed the election laws unlawfully. A federal judge said, no, I accept the federal judge even though I don't agree with it. Fraud. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia under 18 voted. How many people believe that? I asked, give me 10. I hadn't had one. They said 8,000 felons in prison in Arizona voted. Give me 10. I hadn't gotten one. Does that say there's problems in every election? I don't buy this. Enough's enough. We got to end it. Vice President Pence, what they're asking you to do, you won't do because you can't. You talk about interesting times. I associate myself with Rand Paul. How many times will you hear that? The mob has done something nobody else could do to get me and Rand to agree. Rand is right. If you're a conservative, this is the most offensive concept in the world, that a single person could disenfranchise 155 million people. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. Where in there
Yeah,
does
they're
it say
all going
Mike
overtime.
can say, I don't like the results.
They're all going
I
overtime.
want to send them back to the states. I believe there was fraud. To the conservatives who believe in the Constitution, now's your chance to stand up and be counted. Originalism, count me in. It means what it says. So, Mike, Mr. Vice President, just hang in there. They said we can count on Mike. All of us can count on the Vice President. You're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the constitutional thing. You got a son who flies F-35s. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18s. They're out there flying so that we can get it right here. There are people dying, to my good friend from Illinois, to make sure we have a chance to argue among ourselves. And when it's over, it is over. It is over. The final thing, Joe Biden. I've traveled the world with Joe. I hoped he lost. I prayed he would lose. He won. He's the legitimate president of the United States. I cannot convince people, certain groups, by my words, but I will tell you by my
This would
actions.
be good if, like, we know he wasn't
Maybe
trying to
I,
screw over
above all
Democratic
others in this
voters,
body, need to
mail-in
say
voters in Georgia.
Joe Biden,
He already gave this up.
Kamala Harris.
If Lindsey
are
Graham would have
lawfully
said this in November, I would have
become
given
the
him a
president
kudos.
and the vice president of the United
But
States
he's
on January the 20th.
Well, that's another thing. Brick Nose, thanks for the support. Why is he blobbicating about agreeing to not halt the election? This is double
Majority
trick.
Leader,
Yeah, it's
Mr.
what
President,
some
I yield back
Republicans
the
are
balance
saying,
of
where they
our
basically
time.
agree with Trump in some cases, but like it's a lost cause, so they just have to move
All
on.
time has expired.
It's like, oh, we they cheated, but we're
Question is,
we're
shall the
so
objection
we're
submitted
such good
by the
sports, we'll
gentleman
just
from
ignore
Arizona,
it. Yeah, I'm not
Mr.
convinced
Gosar,
by
and
Lindsey
the
Graham.
senator from
He's a
Texas,
scumbag.
Mr. Cruz and others be sustained.
There were like 5 or 6 Republicans that didn't tolerate Trump in the Senate, and like those people have the ability to speak, you know? Like Lindsey Graham was one of those people.
Is there a second? There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr.
Oh, that was.
Bozeman.
Did you hear Cory there? Cory Booker? That was a powerful
Mr.
no.
Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton.
Jim Acosta from CNN confirmed as well that
Mr. Kramer.
there is talks about the 25th Amendment from Trump cabinet members.
Mr. Crapo.
No indication how many, how far along it is,
Mr.
but there is
Cruz.
talks about using the 25th Amendment on him.
Mr.
James Murray says they're
Daines.
looking to use this moment to pull away from Trump and take these people with them. Yeah, 100%,
Duckworth.
James. For the people, some of them are going to
Mr.
continue to be
Durbin.
pro-Trump, but any one of them that feels like they can
Ms.
back away,
Ernst.
this is their moment, they think, to sort of like
Mrs. Feinstein.
gain back some basic human decency. And we have to remember that people like Lindsey Graham
Fisher.
don't deserve it. Josh Hawley doesn't deserve
Mrs.
it.
Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan.
Yeah, Kamala Harris
Hawley.
is still a senator for for a few more days.
Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper.
I keep forgetting that
Ms. Hirono.
she's still a senator until she becomes,
No.
and then she gets replaced
Mr.
by
Hoeven.
what's his name again? I don't even know. You know,
Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly.
remember Tim Kaine?
Kennedy.
God, what a bad VP pick. If Hillary would have picked
Mr.
Bernie
King.
or even just Sherrod Brown, she would have
Ms.
picked Sherrod
Klobuchar.
Brown. She would have won. God, Tim Kaine was an awful pick.
Mr. Lankford.
Ugh.
Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Leffler.
Yeah, Ted Cruz has been one of the biggest drivers of this
Mr.
effort.
Lujan.
He's like, him and Josh Hawley are the
Ms.
two
Lummis.
most loudest senators about supporting it. Yeah.
Mr. Manchin. Mr. Murky. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters.
Bricknose says, I saw Trump told his people not to be violent and go home. Think his followers will be betrayed and
Reed.
angry. Let half the party follow him. The hell I say. The rest
Mr.
won't have the votes
Risch.
to win. Yeah. I don't know. Some people are saying that
Romney.
Trump hasn't done enough. Like, I don't know what more Trump could do, but like,
Ms.
some people are
Rosen.
mad that he didn't try to himself
Rounds.
start a coup. His message was
Mr. Rubio.
ridiculous, though. He said that, but he also said
Mr.
that he loves them
Sanders.
and they basically did a good job. Yeah, that was Bernie there,
Mr.
folks.
Sass.
So,
Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer.
For those who are new, this is a very
Mr.
much
Scott of Florida.
Bernie-centric channel, or it was during the primaries.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker.
The acoustics must not be that great.
Mr. Wyden.
It must be depending on where you are in the room.
Mr. Young.
Yeah, Lou Dobbs was also claiming that it was a false flag. That, like, today's attack was Antifa. Which, of course, is BS. Also, Pat Cipollone, Trump's White House counsel, basically told staffers today that if you help Trump stage a coup, you may end up going to jail for treason. So, like, this is some real stuff. Most senators went no. It was never going to be a majority of even the Republicans. So, like, it was always going to be at least 70, 80 plus no's. I think you might... The rumor was a couple days ago about a dozen or so Republicans. But I think they lost some votes with what happened today. They lost Kelly Loeffler, for instance. And not every senator will object to every state. Oh, the thing with Lou Dobbs is, unlike Tucker Carlson, who doesn't believe a word of what he says and is doing it for the grift, Lou Dobbs believes it. I believe that Lou Dobbs 100% thinks that Trump was screwed. Lou Dobbs believes it. He is like a Trump supporter. When you listen to Lou Dobbs and him not understand why is no one helping Trump harder? Like, he doesn't get, like, it's all like bluster. And so he doesn't get it. Like, right? Like, that's why his things with Sidney Powell and all these folks were so, like, earnest on his part. Like, I'm not defending Lou Dobbs. I don't think Lou Dobbs is a grifter. He's just insane. I don't know. Are they counting the votes? There's only 100 of them. Now, I think the way this works, guys, and correct me if I'm wrong, they do it for each individual state, which seems insane to me, but I guess I see why they do it. And so they're going to bring back the houses, and they're going to see if there's any objections to any of the other states, in which case they're going to bring... I think they go back to the separate chambers, which is what they're doing now, because the House is doing this, and then they debate that and then have a vote. And if a majority doesn't accept it from both chambers, then the objection gets rejected and the votes get counted as they are. So for Biden, hypothetically, for Biden to have lost this, he would need a majority of people from both houses to vote against enough states that he won to put him below 270. Which, of course, it's not going to happen to any state. If I made a mistake there, let me know, folks. I'm pretty sure. I don't know which state they're doing right now, actually. Like, I don't know. like Trump supporters were definitely going to try to make this like a multi-day thing, like to make it look like they were like try almost like a sort of filibuster in a sense. But I don't know if that's going to happen this time as much because of what happened this morning. Like, I don't know if they're going to have this big, lengthy debate for every state.
Mr. Sanders.
I want to like say something. Okay, I'll be right back in a second. I'll get some more water. Drink a lot of water today.
On this vote, the yeas are 6, the nays are 93. The objection is not sustained. The Secretary will notify the House of the action of the Senate, informing that body that the Senate is now ready to proceed to joint session with further counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President. Majority Leader.
Mr. President.
So you see what happened there, right?
Colleagues, here's where we are. We have a few more speakers now as we wait for the House to finish their debate and vote.
So what happened there?
We expect the House to finish voting on Arizona between 11:30 and midnight. I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak therein for up to 5 minutes each. Senator Toomey, Senator Rubio, Senator
93
Collins.
to 6. So, okay, so here's what happened here.
Senators Wyden, Hirono, and Coons.
Finally, following their remarks, the Senate stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Okay, so basically what happened was they voted on Arizona. When they do the states, I believe they do them in alphabetical order, they asked everyone in the joint session this morning, does anyone object? And if one person from each house objects, they break apart into each session. They have a debate about it.
Objection.
Then they have a vote. They voted 93-6 against the objection to the Arizona count, meaning Arizona will count as it was on the vote. Then they say to people, they go over to the House, we're done. When the House is done, they come back here.
This isn't yours, right? Got it.
I might switch over to the House. Let me see if I can find that, guys. I might switch over to the House. Would people want that? Because that'll actually be debates happening. Okay, yeah, I'm going to switch over to the House, guys.
We saw turnout increase in both Republican and
this is
Democratic
basically
areas,
the
and
same.
in fact, more Republicans registered this
This
election
is, so I'm just going to
than
put this
any other
up
party.
in a
I
sec.
am
Just let me
proud
switch the
that many
screens
of
over.
our tribal, rural, and underserved communities voted in record numbers, all during a pandemic. In 2020, Arizonans made their voices heard. The fact is, multiple federal, state judges,
Okay,
agencies,
so just
state
for those
elected
who aren't
officials
quite sure what
concluded
happened there,
the winner was Joe
each
Biden.
house does this.
In Arizona,
I
this
don't know
process
if there's a
was administered
functional
and overseen
difference
by
in
officials
how they do
from
it,
both parties.
but each house does this.
Elections officials
And then they
conducted
vote. The House
random
is going to take longer because there's more
hand-counted
people in the
audits
House.
of many
And there's also more
precincts that confirmed there
crazy
were no
Republicans
errors that would
willing to
change
go
the
along with
result
Trump's
of
schemes
the
still.
election.
Let me know
The
if that
fact
sounds
is
good.
the
I'm going to be
Republican
quiet for a
chairman
second.
of Maricopa County, the largest Republican county in the state, the biggest population county, he stated more than 2 million ballots were cast, and there was no evidence of fraud or misconduct or malfunction. He concluded, no matter how you voted, this election was administered with integrity, transparency, and in accordance with state laws. The fact is, the president and his campaign and several Republican-led groups filed 8 election lawsuits, all of which were dismissed. The Arizona Supreme Court, a
Click
body
that
where
like
all
button if you have the
justices have
chance,
been appointed
guys.
by Republican
Leave a comment.
governors,
Let me know what you're thinking about
unanimously
this.
dismissed the case.
And if you like covering daily politics
Justices
channel from a
found that
left
the party had
perspective,
failed
click that
to
subscribe
present
button.
any evidence
Thanks so
of
much.
misconduct or illegal votes, let alone establish any degree of fraud or a significant error rate that would undermine the certainty of the election results. After these judicial rulings, the governor said, "I trust our election system. There's integrity in our election system." The fact is, Joe Biden is the certified winner of Arizona's 11 electoral votes. Arizona's elected and appointed officials from both parties followed the facts and came to this conclusion. I urge my colleagues to do the same. To my colleagues across the aisle, I know we may disagree on who we want as president, but what we personally want is not what matters here. Rather, the people's influence, as reflected in the certified electoral college results, is what matters. Facts matter. Undermining faith in our election process by attempting to mislead the American public only serves to weaken us and make us vulnerable to foreign actors who would do us harm. For the good of our country, this must stop. Now is the time to come together to preserve our democracy and to protect our national security. I know my constituents are looking to Congress to move past its divisions, find common ground, and pass legislation to improve the lives of struggling families. We must stay focused on fighting the pandemic. We must work to ensure all Americans can be vaccinated as soon as possible so we can save American lives. Safely reopen schools, get people back to work, and visit loved ones again. I urge my colleagues to follow this, and Madam Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to claim time in support of the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Madam Speaker, one of the first things we did when the House convened today was to join together to extend our grace and our kindness and our concern.
God, this is just, this is one of the worst people in Congress, guys.
Experienced
God,
just an insurmountable
good God
amount
almighty,
of
Matt
grief
Gaetz.
with his family, and I want all of our fellow Americans watching to know that we did that because we care about each other and we don't want bad things
This is
to
the guy
happen
that
to
called
each
everyone
other.
from New
And our
Jersey
heart
ugly.
hurts when they're due. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of folks over there who don't like me too much, and there are a few of you that I don't care for too much, but if anybody had been hurt today, it would have been even more of a catastrophe than we already saw, and I think that's an important point for the country.
People were hurt,
Another
Matt.
important point for the country is that this
Somebody lost their life. Whatever you think of
President
her,
Trump
somebody lost their life.
explicitly called for demonstrations and protests to be peaceful.
Yeah, Matt
He was
Putz.
far more, you can moan and groan, but he was far more explicit about his calls for peace than some of the BLM and left-wing rioters were this summer when we saw violence sweep across
See, this is what the House is a little bit spicier, guys, as you can see.
We came here
Shut the fuck up.
today to debate, to follow regular order.
Can I
to
get a
offer an
fuck
objection,
Gates in
to
the
follow
chat, please?
a process that is expressly contemplated in our Constitution. And for doing that, we got called a bunch of
Joseph, one of our
seditious
moderators,
traitors. Now, not since 1985
knows
has
New
a
Jersey
Republican
politics quite well.
president been sworn in, absent some Democrat effort to object to the electors. But when we do it, it is the new violation of all norms. And when those things are said, people get angry. Now, I know there are many countries where political violence may be necessary, but America is not one such country. Madam Speaker, it was wrong when people vandalized and defaced your home. It was wrong when thugs went to Senator Hawley's home. And I don't know if the reports are true, but the Washington Times has just reported some pretty compelling evidence from a facial recognition company showing that some of the people who breached the Capitol today were not Trump supporters. They were masquerading as Trump supporters, and in fact, were members of the violent terrorist group Antifa.
Holy
now,
fuck.
We should seek to build
Holy
America
fuck,
up,
guys.
not tear her down.
Fuck
and
Matt
destroy her.
Gates.
And I am sure glad that at least for one day, I didn't hear my Democrat colleagues calling to
Don't forget
defund the
gas
police.
mask stunt. Where is it today? Yeah, James Murray, you're right. Yeah.
Now, I appreciate all the talk. Now, I appreciate all the talk of coming together, but let us not pretend that our colleagues on the left have been free of some anti-democratic impulses just because we signed on to legal briefs and asked courts to resolve disputes. There were some on the left who said that we should not even be seated in the body, that we ought to be prosecuted, maybe even jailed.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
arguments anger
Expelled,
people,
I would
but
say.
people do understand the concepts of basic fairness. And no competition, contest, or election can be deemed fair if the participants are subject to different rules. Baseball teams that cheat and steal signs should be stripped of their championships. Russian Olympians who cheat and use steroids should be stripped of their medals, and states that do not run clean elections should be stripped of their electors. This fraud was systemic. It was repeated.
Apparently, there's a story here where Jamal Bowman refused to leave his White House staff. He had an opportunity to go to a more secure location, but wouldn't leave his staff. Jamal Bowman showing a real character on, what, day 3 of being a congressman?
And usurped the Constitution with extra constitutional action of some officials in some states. They fraudulently laundered ballots, votes, voter registration forms, and then they limited review. In 2016, Democrats found out that they couldn't beat Donald Trump at the ballot box with voters who actually show up, so they turned to impeachment and the witness box. And when that failed, they ran to the mailbox, where this election saw an unprecedented amount of votes that could not be authenticated with true ID, with true signature match, and with true confidence for the American people.
Someone's running in
Our
2024.
Article 3 courts have failed by not holding evidentiary hearings to weigh the evidence. We should not join in that failure. We should vindicate the rights of states. We should vindicate the subpoenas in Arizona that have been issued to get a hold of these voting machines, and we should reject these electors. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield my time to the Dean of the Arizona delegation, Mr. Grijalva.
Oh, Raul Grijalva, he's good, guys.
Recognized.
He's good. Like
Thank
him.
you, Madam Speaker.
I like him.
Thank the lady from
Progressive
Colorado
Caucus
for yielding
member.
Time. I'll be very brief, Madam Speaker. There's really nothing left to say. This challenge brought by members of
God, as bad
this
as
House,
Gates is, guys, I did
Republican
not
members from
expect
this
something
House from Arizona,
that
and a
unhinged.
senator from Texas.
Jesus Christ.
The whole discussion today, this challenge to the 11 electoral votes that are designated for President Biden and Vice President Harris, the discussion today proved there is no merit to denying those electoral votes. There's no legal standing. The courts have proven that in Arizona time and time again. There is no precedent. There is no constitutional violation. But we're here today, Madam Speaker, because of one man and those who are desperate to please him. So what do we have to show for this process today? Fear, a lockdown, violence, and regrettably and sadly death, arrests, present and real danger, threats, and assault on our institution, this House, this Congress, and the very democracy that we practice here. And to what end? What did we accomplish? The reality is that the challenge will be defeated. Come January 20th, President Biden and President Harris will be the President and Vice President of the United States. So what have we accomplished? To further divide this nation? To continue to fan the same rhetoric
thank you for the support, BB. I don't see a question there, but if you have one, I'll try to get to it. Thank you so much.
To paralyze and dismantle our democracy? Is that what we're attempting to accomplish today?
Remember that time that Matt Gaetz was at our rally and Trump called him, what did he call him?
This institution.
He didn't even get his name right, and it was really, really funny.
For that man,
like Trump doesn't even really know who he is.
But
He's such a Trump sycophant, and Trump doesn't even give a damn about Matt Gaetz.
It's past time to accept reality, to reaffirm our democracy, and move on.
I like how Trump supporters are like tearing down democracy to own the libs in the chat.
To withdraw their challenge.
Really making some cogent points, guys.
To Arizona and to the electors that have been chosen to give their 11 votes to the winners in that election. But if that doesn't happen, then I would urge my colleagues to reject this challenge. And
Vosh makes a good point. Vosh makes a good point on Twitter, where he said that, you know, while Matt Gaetz and others are trying to blame Antifa for this, right? They're trying to blame the left for this.
The representation of our
Trump has already called these people his people.
And with that,
he's already said, like, you're special. I love you. Please be nice.
Thank you for the time.
Trump addressed these people as his people.
Every member in this chamber
the mask was already taken off.
took an oath to uphold the Constitution. And there's only one vote tonight for those who took that oath. And that vote is to reject this challenge. I yield back.
See, they should all be like her. Like
all the time
30
the
seconds.
debate has expired. The question is, shall the objection to the Arizona Electoral College vote count submitted by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gozar, and the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, be agreed to? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
Woo!
Then you know the chair, the noes have it.
Speaker?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
We would ask for a roll call.
Oh, so
the yeas and nays have been requested.
So, okay, so see what you have here is what happened in the Senate.
8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members
they are going to call for a roll call vote. If they vote no here, then Arizona challenges are rejected. They're going to bring the houses back together and go through more states. We're going to try to go for as long as I can without being super exhausted.
The Republican objection to Arizona's electoral college vote that was certified by the state in favor of Joe Biden. The objection was raised earlier this afternoon when Congress was in a joint session, forcing the House and Senate to
so as you can see here, they're showing it by party, yay, nay, and then not voting, things like that. They give them 15 minutes to vote.
Rioters protesting the election results breached security and stormed the building. Once order was restored, lawmakers returned to finish the debate.
So we assume
the chamber.
That originally...
Today, a shameful assault was made on our democracy.
We're going to listen to Pelosi here.
It cannot, however, deter us from our responsibility to validate the election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. For that reason, Congress has returned to the Capitol. We always knew that this responsibility would take us into the night and will stay as long as it takes. Our purpose will be accomplished. We must and we will show to the country, and indeed to the world, that we will not be diverted from our duty, that we will respect our responsibility to the Constitution and to the American people. On Sunday, it was my great honor to be sworn in as Speaker and to preside over a sacred ritual of renewal as we gathered under this dome of this temple of democracy to open the 117th Congress. I said that as we were sworn in then, we accept a responsibility as daunting and demanding as any previous generation of leadership has ever faced.
Did you guys see all the tweets from Charlie Kirk and other Republicans like Tommy Lahren who were like, if we lose, which we won't, but if we lose, conservatives will accept the result and go to work and be good law-abiding citizens. We won't riot and cause a scene.
You have failed.
Fucking ghouls.
To those who engaged in the gleeful desecration of this, our temple of democracy, American democracy, justice will be done. Today, January 6th, is the Feast of the Epiphany. On this day of revelation, let us pray that this instigation to violence will provide an epiphany for our country to heal. In that spirit of healing, I evoke the song of St. Francis. I usually do. St. Francis is the patron saint of my city of San Francisco, and his song of St. Francis is our anthem. Lord, make me a channel of thy peace. Where there is darkness, may I bring light. Where there is hatred, let us bring love. Where there is despair, let us bring hope. We know that we would be part of history in a positive way today, every 4 years, when we demonstrate again the peaceful transfer of power.
So again, for those who are just hopping in, click the like button, click subscribe, but also they're currently voting on right now whether or not to accept the Electoral College results from Arizona. If there are more no's than yeses,
that shows the world
then the objection to Arizona is rejected and it counts. So you should expect there to be a healthy amount of yays, all Republican basically. There were rumors as many as 140, but I wonder if there's going to be less because of what happened today. And some Republicans are like, I can't support this anymore.
I wear this pin quite frequently. Actually, I gave it to our beloved John Lewis just the weekend or so before he left us. And it's a flag of our country, a flag of the United States of America. On it, it says...
BB, thank you for becoming a member. That's very nice. Thank you so much for your support for the channel. Thank you.
One country, one destiny, written on the flag. That was also what was embroidered in Abraham Lincoln's coat that he had on that fateful night. Lincoln's party, Lincoln's message, one country, one destiny. So on this holy day of Epiphany, let us pray. I'm a big believer in prayer. Let us pray that there will be peace on earth and that it will begin with us. Let us pray that God will continue.
Yeah, I don't know what the process, I don't watch Congress every day, but I think basically Pelosi gets to speak while this is happening.
To which
maybe
we have just within 72 hours taken.
So she's just giving a general speech here. But yeah, the people have 15 minutes to vote.
The gentleman from Maryland seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is a sad day.
This is Steny Hoyer. It's hard to see right here, but
he
is the
a wrenching
majority whip. basically the second most powerful person in the House.
Too
Too much of a neoliberal ghoul like Pelosi for my taste, but he's right on this one.
Have had consequences of a very, very negative nature.
Oh, Angela, thank you. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. I'm going to have to update my Patreon page tomorrow with all the new members.
What
all my
it may
end
mean
cards.
To some.
This is great. Thank you so much.
My remarks.
Sarah Palin, for those who still give a damn on what she says, she also it was said that
dangerous,
this might be Antifa.
Actions.
Like she's blaming the left.
Unacceptable is such a tame word.
On this too, saying like, it was actually them storming the Capitol.
With Madam Speaker, the American people today are witnessing one of the greatest challenges to our democracy in its 244-year history. Little did I know
Trump's deputy press secretary has resigned.
This Capitol would be attacked.
Sarah Matthews has
by
resigned.
The enemy within. I was here on 9/11.
Let me drop you a link here.
We were attacked
to
by
this
the enemy
for those who want to read the story. Yeah, most of them aren't great speakers, eh? I don't know. Like they must just be really good at working the room.
We need to all work together.
Because like I don't know how you get elected if you're not a good speaker, but the House is different. Is a different game than the Senate.
Anger.
It's smaller time politics.
And yes, the hate.
It says here on Wednesday, following the attack on the U.S. Capitol, Deputy White House Press Secretary Sarah Matthews announced her resignation.
Some, not all, Madam Speaker, but some in this House and in this Senate are doing
As someone
today
who worked in the halls of Congress, I am deeply disturbed by what I saw today. I'll be stepping away from my role effective immediately. Our nation needs a peaceful transition of power.
Biden and Vice President
So that is a key Trump official resigning. That happened tonight.
All they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions. This was written before this Capitol was assaulted.
You're good at fundraising. That's a good point. That's a good point. Good at fundraising.
Before this democracy.
Okay. Olivier is asking about impeachment. For impeachment to work, you need to have a reason to impeach. The House has to hear those reasons and vote. House, it's simple majority. Democrats have enough votes on their own to pass it there. In the Senate, you need 2/3 though. So even
Instead,
that 50-50, you still need about 16 or so Republicans.
And energize conspiracy theories.
The 25th Amendment is more likely because all that requires, and it's temporary,
confidence in our democracy,
but all that requires is the majority of
free
cabinet.
And fair elections.
So it's Trump's own cabinet would have to turn on him, plus Pence.
I was here.
He'd be willing to do it.
In 2000, I was strongly in favor of Al Gore for president.
Yeah, impeachment, like you could impeach him. You could do it if you're quick enough. But impeachment's going to take forever.
His name was George Bush.
It's a slow process.
And one of the saddest days was January 20th of 2001.
Like the thing with the 25th Amendment is hypothetically the president gets removed, but then 30 days later or whatever gets a chance to plead his case about why he should be put back into power. And the House has to confirm and the Senate has to confirm the removal.
Because the greatest power on earth
because he's out of office in 2 weeks, if they remove him for 30 days, they remove him for the rest of his presidency. It's over.
George W. Bush.
So the 25th being implemented is the end of his presidency.
This caucus, or this Congress, or this chamber. Because we were not disappointed? No. Because we were not angry? No. Because we believe in democracy. We believe in we the people. And the way the people, one of the speakers, I think it was the senator from Texas, expressed, we're here for the people. If those were the people, we're in a lot of trouble. Our electoral system, our democratic system, however, did not break under the strains of the misinformation, the claims of fraud, which court after court after court have dismissed out of hand. Not because there was a little evidence, because there was no evidence.
Caitlin Collins from CNN says Trump initially loved what he was seeing this afternoon.
I hope all of us in this body are proud of that and understand why that's
because he felt it was derailing what we're seeing right now. Like Trump felt maybe he was insane enough to think that even if they rioted harder, that they wouldn't eventually get to do this.
Is a substitute for war.
So when Trump put that message out, he didn't want to. They basically forced him to.
Ever-beating strong heart that gives life.
Heather Lucio, thank you so much for the generous support, and I love the dancing pair. Thank you for the kind word. Thank you.
And our laws, but most importantly, it is powered by citizens and leaders' commitment to our Constitution. Not just us. We swear an oath. But it's all of America.
I mean, I don't think that all Trump supporters are terrorists, but I think that the ones today were. And I think that a lot of Trump supporters are. I think maybe 10, 20% of Trump supporters fancy themselves that. They might not call themselves that, but that's what they are.
Every citizen needs to
something that people have to reckon with.
And uplift our democracy. Some today did not do that. Many today. 68 years ago in Springfield, Illinois, Governor Adlai Stevenson gracefully conceded his loss to General Dwight Eisenhower. He said this, it is traditionally American. He told his deeply disappointed supporters to fight hard before an election. But then he added, it is equally traditional to close ranks as soon as the people have spoken. Not the Congress, not the electors. The people have spoken. That which unites us as American citizens is far greater than that which divides us as political parties. It was another man from Springfield, 80 years earlier, who won re-election to the presidency in a national crisis that tested our country and its democratic institutions, who pleaded even in his hour of victory.
Alonzo, it's just a simple majority. You would need a simple majority of both houses to remove the votes, which is scary to me, knowing the consequences. Because what if Biden won, but the Democrats lost the House and the Senate, which they almost
Lincoln
did?
said, now that the election is over,
the Republicans might have been able to do this. Now, hopefully some Republicans would have resisted like they are, but who knows? It's a simple majority of every state that gets disputed. Not every state will be disputed.
Participates in our politics to be either humble in triumph or gracious in defeat. I've lost some elections, not too many, and I've won a lot of elections.
For these people agreeing with Matt Gaetz, first of all, like what the hell are you on? And second of all, we've seen how the left gets treated by police, how Black Lives Matter, they get crushed. And we've seen how right-wingers get treated by police at state assemblies all over the country, going back to the protests against masks and shutdowns, with guns on their chests, standing nose to nose with police. That's how right-wing protesters get treated. So what that tells me is these are Trumpers, because if they weren't Trumpers, they wouldn't have gotten in.
And they've spoken in the way that
they wouldn't have gotten in if they were not Trump supporters.
Heard by us and by the country. They voted.
And like you could say, you can track the movement from the Trump rally this afternoon where Trump was there with Giuliani and the rest, walking towards the Capitol. Like this is an organic movement of people.
Spoke the other day when we were sworn in and said, ladies and gentlemen of this House, we are so divisive that it's going to destroy our country. We need to reach out and hold one another's hands. We all have a title that we honor more than any other. Perhaps parent, perhaps husband, but we are all Americans. Not Americans are, not Americans D. We are Americans. Let us hope tonight that we act like Americans, not as D's and R's, but as Americans. Just as Al Gore, just as Hillary Clinton, Justice Adlai Stevenson, Justice Abraham Lincoln, who had won that election, of course. But he had defeated people, and he said, that's not the issue. The issue
Well,
is
remember,
to
Trump
reunite.
initially refused, or at least the White
people
House initially
must again be the
refused
strong heart of our
to
American
send the
democracy.
National Guard.
We, the people on this day
It
in
wasn't
Congress,
very
must be
long,
agents
but
of
they
unity
initially
and constructive
refused.
action to face the
So
grave
for at
threats
least a
that
few
confront us
minutes,
and tell those who would assault our
the
Capitol,
people that would
is
help to
not
clear the
American
building
way.
weren't available because the people in the building
And we,
were
the members
doing
of
what
Congress,
Trump wanted.
who swore an oath before God to preserve and protect the Constitution of the United States and our democracy must do so now.
Okay, so now the
I
vote
don't
is
usually
in.
read
That
Senator
means
McConnell's speeches,
201 to 82. So only 82 Republicans
but
went
I'm not
along with
speaking as
this.
a Democrat, nor was he speaking as a Republican. Just a few hours
Many did not vote, though, if you look.
We're debating a step that has never been taken.
I think maybe they're in line to vote.
Whether Congress should overrule the voters.
They might give them more
and
time to vote
overturn
because
a
of COVID
presidential
restrictions,
election.
probably because they can only have so many on the floor at any one time.
He went on to say that he supports a strong state-led voting reform. The Constitution, he said, gives us here in Congress a limited role. We cannot simply declare ourselves
Corbin, you're
a
right. I
national
was just trying to
board
be
of elections
charitable
on
because I wasn't
steroids.
exactly sure. But Corbin, you're
voters,
right.
the
The
courts,
National Guard
and
was
the
delayed
states,
like a substantive amount of time. It
voters,
wasn't
the
hours,
courts,
but you're right. It was
and the
more than
states
minutes.
have
Yes,
all
that's a fair point,
spoken.
Corbin. Thank you.
5 people said the election of 2000 was over. We didn't agree with them.
I don't know if the Secret Service was there.
But
To
Al
my
Gore
knowledge, the
said,
Secret Service
"We are a
involves the
nation of
president.
laws."
It's the Capitol
5 people.
Police
Yes, they
are
were
the
members
ones
of the
in
Supreme
charge.
Court,
They
but they were 5
police
people
the
said
Capitol,
election is over.
and I think they are distinct from the Secret Service,
And I sat on
unless
that
I'm
podium and
mistaken.
saw that power transferred to
The
George
Secret
W.
Service
Bush.
reports to the president, the Capitol
McConnell
Police
went on to say,
to the Congress.
if we overrule them, it would damage our republic forever. He said that, McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate, about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago now, 4 hours. He went on to say if this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral.
Oh, that's a good point. I was thinking about that. Pence probably does
He
have Secret
concluded it
Service
would be
protection.
unfair and
Yes,
wrong to
that's a good
disenfranchise
point, guys.
American voters and
Pence
overrule
was
the courts and
evacuated,
states on this
but
extraordinarily
Pence was
thin
evacuated
basis.
from the
And I
the
will
Congress
not
today
pretend
because
such
of
a vote
how
would be
crazy
a
it got.
harmless protest gesture. How presciently he spoke. People who think that the election has been stolen, there's some fraud. Why do they think it? Because the commander-in-chief said so. And they respect him and they follow him. And words matter. Repeat as he ended, I will not pretend such a vote would be harmless protest gesture while relying on others to do the right thing. I will vote to respect the people's decision and defend our system of government as we know it. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this objection, as McConnell said, a danger to our democracy. And I yield back the balance of my time.
We've had 6 Republicans over 5. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise for the point of personal privilege to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
5 minutes.
I rise to address what happened in this chamber today and where do we go from here. The violence, destruction, and chaos we saw earlier was unacceptable, undemocratic, and un-American.
So this is the minority. This is the leader of the Republicans in the House,
day
McCarthy.
I've ever had as serving as a member of this institution.
This guy backs the effort,
Capitol was
though.
in chaos.
He has said he supports
Police
Trump's
officers
coup
were
attempt.
attacked.
So
Guns were
again,
drawn
don't let this
on
man,
very
don't let
floor.
people forget that.
A
He
woman
supports the coup.
tragically
This is
lost
not
her
like
life.
some of the other people. He does.
No one wins when this building and what it stands for are destroyed.
So basically right now, when the vote,
America and this
I don't know why we're
institution
waiting,
is
but when the
better.
vote is officially in,
We saw the
Pelosi will
worst
announce
of
it.
America this afternoon.
Then they go back to
Yet
a
in the
joint
midst
session again
of violence and
for
fear,
another vote on the
we also
subsequent
saw
states.
the best of America.
If another state gets
It
rejected,
starts with our law enforcement.
then they go back to the
Capitol
separate
Police,
meetings
the
again
National
to
Guard.
do this again. Look, no fewer than 98 Republicans voted for Arizona. Now, there might be some states that get more votes than others. Some people complained about, like, you know, Pennsylvania in
The FBI, the
particular.
Secret Service, who
Whereas
faced
some
the
people
most
are objecting to
difficult
every state
challenges,
that
did
Biden
their
won,
duty with
every
confidence
swing
and
state
strength.
Biden won.
Many of them are injured right now. And it also extends to this chamber, where both Democrats and Republicans showed courage, calm, and resolve. I'd like to recognize the members now who helped to hold the line. Mark Wayne Mullen, Tony Gonzalez, Jason Crow, Pat Fallon, and Troy Nels. Working with the Capitol Police, they ensured the floor of this chamber was never breached. These are the heroes among us. Thank you for this round of applause.
Yeah, it's going to be at least, again, before this moment, there was indications that around 140 Republicans were going to participate in this shenanigan.
Looking back on the past few hours,
But again, I don't know
it is clear
if everyone's going to go through
this
with
Congress
it
will not be the same
anymore.
after today.
And again, some people might not object to
And I hope
Arizona, but they might to
it will be the
Georgia
better.
or to Pennsylvania. I don't know.
I hope not just this institution, but I hope every American pauses for that moment.
Yes, this is a majority of voting Republicans. If you look at Republicans that have voted, it is a strong
We can
majority of
disagree
voting
with
Republicans.
One another,
Yeah.
but not dislike each other. We can respect the voices of others. There's many times we debate on this body, and we should. There's many times we can get heated. I still consider Steny Hoyer a very good friend. There's times I get upset. I'll call him at home.
Click that
to
like button,
express
guys.
what things
Helps
I
more
may not
people to
see
find the
fair
stream. If you want daily news from a
or
left
just.
perspective,
But that's the way we should handle things.
click the subscribe button. Love to see it.
The majority leader is right. We are all Americans first. But should we also think for a moment, what do we put on social media? What do we convey to one another? Just because you have a personal opinion different than mine, you have a right to say it, but nobody has a right to become a mob. And we all should stand united in condemning the mob together.
These people, like these Republicans,
We
though,
solve
they
problems
egg this
before a
on
nation,
like
not through
every day.
destruction, but
This
through
was
debate.
them.
That is the heart of this democracy.
This was them egging it on
I know
the
what we debate
daily
today
for
is tough,
weeks.
but it's just, it's right. This isn't the first side of the aisle that's ever debated this issue.
Like when the vote comes all the way in, I'm guessing they're taking longer
I thought what Madam Speaker said
because
back
of
in
the. It must be.
2005,
I don't know if it's the electronic voting. I'm not
democracy
sure, but
at its
they're
best.
taking a little bit longer
when
for
they
everyone to
talked
get their
about
votes in.
presidential election.
But
in
yeah,
Ohio.
like I said, about 140
These are the
Republicans
moments
potentially. It's looking like it's going to be less than that.
that we should raise the
Because
issue
even if you
about
add all
integrity
36
and
non-votes, it only
accountability
brings you to
and accuracy
141.
in our
And
elections.
some of those people are not going to vote
But you know
no,
what we
are not
should
going to
do
vote
that
yay.
makes a
So
difference? Not just raise the issue, but work together to solve the problems.
well, Cory Bush has said we should expel some of the people that
Now is the moment.
attack democracy.
Now is
I
the
would say at
moment to
least for
show
people like Matt
America
Gaetz spreading
we
willful
can work
disinformation.
best together. I will tell you, the size of the majority is slim, so it gives us the opportunity to make that happen. The only thing that can hold us back is the will of one another to do it. This side of the aisle always believes in working with anybody who wants
Ken
to move it.
Klippenstein.
That does not mean that we're going to agree 100% of the time. That does not mean our voice cannot be heard.
Ken
That does not
Klippenstein
mean
says
we
that
cannot be treated fairly. We should be.
at
That may
least
mean on the size of
44 House
committees.
members have
It means on our ability
confirmed
to offer an amendment.
they want another
It means
impeachment.
on our ability to
Now
have
that
our
you mean
voice.
you got to get to
At the
half
end of
the House
day,
for it to work,
helps us come to a better conclusion.
but I'm sure other people would support it. It's
By
just
returning
44 have said
Here to
explicitly.
complete the work
I
we're sent
support
to do, we are
impeachment again.
proving that our democracy cannot be disrupted by criminal behavior. We will not falter, we will not bend, and we will not shrink from our duty. Let me be very clear. Mobs don't rule America. Laws rule America. It was true when our cities were burning this summer, and it's true now. When Americans go to bed tonight, their lasting memory should not be a Congress overrun by rioters. It must be a resolute Congress conducting healthy debate. We may not disagree on a lot in America, but tonight we must show the world that we will respectfully but thoroughly carry out the most basic duties of democracy. We will continue with the task that we have been sent here to do. We will follow the Constitution and the law and the process for hearing valid concerns about election integrity. We'll do it with respect. We will respect your opinion. We'll respect what you say, and we're willing to listen to it. I think the nation will be better for it on both sides of the aisle.
Look at this.
Let's show the country.
Do you see this man
mob did not
lecturing
win.
as he tries
We have
to
a
like
job to do it.
disenfranchise
pride.
every American that voted
Let's
for
be
Joe
better
Biden
when the sun rises
and
tomorrow.
explicitly
With that, I yield back,
disenfranchise
Madam
entire
Speaker.
states by removing their electoral votes? Like, this is what he's trying to do. He is part of it. Like, that. So he's the Mitch McConnell of the Republicans in the House. He's the House Republican leader, basically. And unlike McConnell, who didn't back, at least not eventually, did not back the coup attempt, this man did. So we're waiting for the official announcement of the vote. I don't know if every single person is going to vote. I don't know exactly how, like, what's happening right now, frankly. Who's the Democrat that voted yay? That's got to be a mistake, right? Who's that Democrat? That's not, that's that. Yeah, see, I don't know. Craig, I don't know. Let me Twitter that. Let me see if anybody else is, okay, people are asking about it. A lot of people asking about it, but I don't see. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll keep an eye on that, guys. If it's Tulsi, I am gonna lose my mind. Not that if it's no wait, no, is Tulsi out yet? No, Tulsi's done, right? Yeah, Tulsi just got, because she didn't run again, so hasn't, like, the Congress has officially flipped over. So it wouldn't be Tulsi. Tulsi is no, yeah, see, they're gone now. Must have been a mistake. Yeah, it must have been a mistake. Yeah, somebody must have pressed the wrong button. No, Tulsi is not a member of Congress anymore. She chose not to run again. And so I think, what was it, Sunday? They officially did the flip over. So Congress is basically done. Like, it changes earlier than the president. The only thing we're waiting on now is Ossoff and Warnock have to take their seats in the Senate. So Ossoff will replace Perdue, and Warnock will replace Loeffler. That hasn't happened yet. So the votes you're seeing in the Senate reflect the old Senate in that way, but the new, well, not the old Senate, do not reflect that change. But people like Mark Kelly and Tommy Tuberville, like, who won their elections, have been cycled in. Yeah. It wouldn't be Manchin, because Manchin is in the Senate, and no Democrat voted for it in the Senate, and it's academic because it's then. I'm not sure what's taking so long here. It might be the case that a couple people aren't here. Like, that happens every now and then, that some people don't show up. You know. There are some vacated seats. Like, unfortunately, there was the Louisiana Republican who passed away from COVID, Cedric Johnson, or has been, is it Johnson? I forget his name. Has moved on to the Biden administration. I don't know if they're counted as non-voted, like people that are, like, you know. So there's always going to be one or two non-votes, people who aren't there for whatever reason. Like health emergencies, family emergencies, whatever. But I'm guessing pretty much everyone's going to vote here. If I was a Republican, maybe you try to, like, get away with not casting a vote. But I don't know.
What's also true is that hundreds of Trump rallies have taken place.
Laura Ingraham is trying to defend Trump supporters. Laura Ingraham is also suggesting, similar to Matt Gaetz, that there were Antifa, like, double agents, basically, at the protests, which, of course, is not true. There's no evidence of that. Yeah, so every just for every Fox show went on this, went on that tangent. I still can't get over that Matt Gaetz thing, guys. Like, to me, that was shocking. Like, absolutely shocking. Like, look, maybe I'm naive, but, like, honestly, that was crazier than I even thought, personally. Let me know. What did you guys think? Look, I know I should know better, but I really did think that, like, that was insane, even for Matt Gaetz. So I don't know, maybe let me know. Maybe talk some sense into me about how I'm being gullible on that one. So again, we're waiting for all these votes. I'm not exactly sure when the real cutoff time is. But once this is announced, they should move at some point back into the joint session. And at that point, the decision should be made on subsequent states. I believe they go in alphabetical order. So when they get to another state that's not in dispute, no one will raise their voice and they'll move on. And I'm not sure alphabetically what the next challenge state would be. Maybe it's Georgia. It might be Georgia next. And so when they get to Georgia, you'll likely have at least one Republican in each house raise their voice. Pelosi. The Democrats did not start this, and anyone saying that's a goddamn idiot. I'm sorry. There is no equivalence between what we saw in the last few days and weeks and months to what the Democrats did in 2016. There's no equivalence. None. Not a single Senate Democrat backed any effort to dispute Donald Trump's presidency. They didn't. Hillary called Trump within hours to congratulate him, and then the next morning, because the election went really late, gave a concession speech. She showed up at his inauguration. There's no comparison, guys. There's none. I'm not putting up with that BS. So Democrats protested. Yes, they protested. Some of them said, "Not my president," but they meant that clearly in the rhetorical language of, "This man does not represent my values, nor the country I wish to build." Some Republicans said that very same thing about Barack Obama. They weren't necessarily challenging his election, although some were, because a lot of them Trump supporters denied Barack Obama his natural-born American citizenship, but they didn't really deny the election so much. That's what, I don't know what to tell you. Democrats did not start this. No. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So, you guys think Trump's going to go to the inauguration? Something tells me he might not show up. We did a video a couple days ago about how he might not show up because there are rumors he's getting ready to fly to Scotland, actually. A plane that the president sometimes uses is scheduled for a stop in Scotland in the next day or two. So, that's something to keep in mind. Yes, we do have a cat here. His name is Smokey. For the regular viewers, you know who he is. I might go and feed him in a second, actually. Actually, I'm going to take that time. I'm going to go give Smokey some food, and I'll be right back. Smokey's the true star. I don't disagree. So I'm going to go I do want to see them maybe get back to a joint session. We're going to see. Okay, so what we saw there was that there were rumors about 140 Republicans, only about 122 there. Now, I don't know if that means that the numbers were just off originally, and like, you know, some people were in the maybe column but were never committed, or if they lost some folks because of the craziness today. I'm not sure. It might also be the case that people that are objecting to Arizona or that are fine with Arizona are not fine with other states. But this is not over yet because, again, they have to do this for all 50 states. And then like places like D.C. as well. And then when they get to a state where there's objections, they do this all again, which is why this could take, you know, it could go all, I don't know what time they'll close tonight, but this will likely continue into tomorrow.
Vote. The yeas are 121. The nays are 303. The noes have it. The objection is not agreed to, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The clerk will now notify the Senate of the action of this House, informing that body that the House is now ready to proceed in joint session with the further counting of the electoral vote for the President and the Vice President. To remind both sides of the aisle, during the joint session, there are 11 House Republicans, 11 House Democrats, 11 House Senate Democrats, 11 Senate Republicans, 44 members on the floor.
So basically what she said is both the Senate and the House rejected the objections to the Arizona count. They're going to bring them all back into one room. They're bringing the senators in, I assume.
To the public.
And then they're going to do this again until they get to another state they disagree on, and then they're going to break apart again. This is not over yet.
If you are not participating in the next part of this, please return to your offices.
So they asked for the senators that voted for the supported the Trump effort. I believe Ali Velshi says here that it was Tommy Tuberville from Alabama, Roger Marshall from Kansas, Cindy Hyde-Smith from Mississippi, I think it might be Mississippi. Yeah, Mississippi. John Kennedy from Louisiana, Josh Hawley from Missouri, and Ted Cruz from Texas. Those were the only senators to support him. As you can see, there was a significantly higher number of House members. That's due to that's like due to gerrymandering and stuff. Because a lot of them have significantly gerrymandered districts, and so can just get away with being ghouls. Whereas even unless you're from a really red state, like Ted Cruz, maybe he thinks he's invincible, but like he almost lost to Beto, and I wonder if, like John Cornyn from Texas is not involved in these schemes. John Cornyn, the other Texas senator, has no part in any of this. Well, I'm not streaming 24/7. I do my weekly Wednesday night stream. We normally wrap at 10:30. I'm probably going to go to about midnight. And we'll see where we go from there. Click that like button. Click the subscribe button if you want daily political coverage from the left. You know, we do a lot of videos. We stream at least once a week. Click that like button, that subscribe button. Thanks so much, guys. The Texas Attorney General, who was one of the people that helped to spearhead that lawsuit by Texas and some other red states against Pennsylvania and some of the swing states, they said he's suggesting that there was busloads of Antifa, which of course again is not true. What you saw today was Trump supporters attacking democracy. Like, that's what you saw. Well, that's what we saw. If people want, I can drop the link to the Discord for people that are... If you haven't joined yet and you really like the channel, you want to have discussions with some of the fun people in the chat. Many of the people that are active in this chat are also active in the Discord. Give that a check. Fantastic place. If you haven't joined yet, consider it. Also, follow me on Twitter, where I post a lot about the news and just other things as well. Give my Twitter a check out. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. I'm probably going to go till about 11, Joseph, honestly.
And as you heard Speaker Pelosi say, the House
or till about 12,
has
excuse me.
The objection to the electoral vote certification.
So now they're basically, I think, waiting to bring everyone back together.
Electoral votes have been...
The senators come into that space because it's a bigger room.
The Senate also rejected it, 93-6. 82 House Republicans voted against the objection. 122 House Republicans voted for it. The House is letting the Senate know what they just did. The Senate will be coming back over to the House chamber, walking across the Capitol to the House chamber, and then they will rejoin the joint
That's very
session
interesting.
And start working
so we
their
know
way
that one woman
through the
passed
states.
away
Up next
at the
is
Capitol
Arkansas,
today, but the
followed
DC
by
police
California
chief, this
and
is
Colorado.
11
Now, the
minutes
next state
ago
that's
from
coming up
a
where there
reporter
was a potential
in
objection
DC.
Noted
3 other people passed away today. I don't have any details about who they are. Were they Trump supporters? Were they... I'm not sure, but apparently 3 other people passed away.
Alabama, Alaska,
So it's not just that one woman that we all sort of know about.
Was interrupted, and that's what they
were
finishing.
Maybe
So
people
the joint
are...
session will continue in just a minute. The House is waiting for the Senate.
Yeah, so as you know, the
members
Senate's coming
come
back in a sec.
Into joint session. They have not gavelled out at this point, as they usually
As one of my
do
friends notes,
during
we're
this
still
part,
in the A states. We have not yet even gotten into any other letters yet.
They seem to be staying in session. So we wanted to keep keep the program going tonight. And joining us once again today is Niels Lesniewski. He's a senior reporter with CQ Roll Call. Mr. Lesniewski, for those viewers who maybe haven't been with us all day, where did your day start?
So I've had the I suppose good fortune for myself.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
I've been working from home today as part of our effort to keep down the number of journalists who are operating out of the Capitol because of the pandemic, and so. Yeah,
that's been confirmed by the AP.
Designed to be
the first person I saw from they weren't a blue check. I don't just trust people because of blue checks, but
aggregating the feeds that were coming in from my colleagues who were in the Capitol.
Some K-Hive people are trying to blame Bernie Sanders for this, as they often do. They are suggesting that because Bernie Sanders ran against Hillary and the process was certainly tilted in Hillary's favor, that Bernie Sanders people created the perception of rigged elections, which is, of course, bullshit. Pardon my language.
An evening of sort of piecing together what was going on in the Capitol. It turned out that was what I ended up doing today, but certainly the circumstances changed mightily, as you say, around 2 o'clock when it became clear that the Capitol building itself was going to be breached, and was breached, and then ultimately we had these mobs.
Ron Wyden had a good statement. I think that was before we tuned in, where he basically said, this is a fake debate.
So,
like, we all know what the result is. And he's right, but it's happening anyway, I guess.
Well, so what we initially heard was that there were reports that there would be a lockdown going into effect, and there was some commotion on both the House and the Senate floors with people hurried hurried out, particularly key officials like Vice President Mike Pence, some of the House leaders. We had a report fairly early on that both Steny Hoyer, the House Majority Leader, and some of the other House leaders were being hustled away. At one point in time, there was actually a Capitol Police officer on the rostrum in the House making an announcement that there was going to be a lockdown. And that was where we knew that things were getting out of hand. We could see the pictures from outside, obviously, and we knew of people who were out.
So I think my plan is going to be to wait for the House to come back. If they break apart again, I think I'll probably tap out for tonight. And then maybe in the morning, there'll still be some more to cover, and I'll maybe do a video on it or something.
But that they would actually be able to break windows and actually break into the physical building.
So
that was pretty shocking to me. I don't know about you guys, but watching this today, I wasn't surprised by the protests, really. But I was surprised that they got in the building. Like, I was surprised it went that far.
First of all, listening to the speeches in the House and the Senate, what did you hear that you want to comment on?
Well, there was a sort of interesting change in tenor from the ones that had taken place before.
Andrew, in 2016, though, Democrats objected in the House, objections were not reconfirmed in the Senate.
I guess you would call it. That before that, things were going according to plan. Afterwards, there were a couple of senators. I was mainly watching the Senate debate this evening, and there were a couple of senators who talked about Ben Sasse and Rand Paul coming to mind immediately, who said they had speeches that they had planned to give this afternoon that were completely, basically non-operable, would have sounded completely out of tune with the fact that there had actually been an insurrection attempt in the middle of the day. And so I think that was sort of the remarkable quick adjustment that everybody was making from something that seemed like a hypothetical that maybe someday, if Congress this time were to start rejecting electoral votes, then someday there could be some sort of a violent scene in the Capitol building to, oh no, it happened today. And so I think that was sort of the...
Again, people who are saying this is Antifa, Trump already owned them. He already took ownership. He said that he loved them, that they're special.
Monitoring mainly the Senate, and One of the speeches,
And they
given
wouldn't have
tonight
got
was
in
by
if they were
Lindsey
on the
Graham.
left. They wouldn't.
And what Senator
They
Graham
would
had
not
to
have
say
gotten through the
was,
doors.
Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it to end this way. Oh my God, I hate it. Did you hear that?
I did.
I'll drop the
Senator
Discord
Graham,
link
of
again.
course,
I think I have it
has
here. Then we'll take it.
been Sort of gone full circle with President Trump.
Oh,
You
that's
know,
my Twitter.
he
Sorry, I'll get the
ran,
Discord link again right here.
For president himself in 2016, I can remember an event he was doing in his home state of South Carolina. Where I
So we're getting a good amount of new peoples.
Reporters
That's great.
who
Thanks
were
so
not
much for
from
joining.
South Carolina, who were in the room, and he maybe only got a couple dozen constituents of his own to show up. From that and the incident where President Trump read out his telephone number in the primary process, to being one of his closest allies, really on in the Capitol, someone who he would play golf with not infrequently. I think that the sort of coming around and back around to the other side again, perhaps for Senator Graham, was kind of remarkable to hear how quickly the switch flipped this evening.
That's with Lindsey Graham. That's why he's so duplicitous.
questions before we
The
go
guy
back
was
to the
called again.
House.
For those who didn't see it, Lindsey Graham,
some talk
in
and a lot
isolation,
of
said some pretty good
social media
words.
comments
Where Lindsey Graham
about the
basically said,
25th
"Look,
Amendment.
it's
What do you
over.
think?
It's done. I'm sad Trump lost, but we have to like just move on. It's ridiculous. It was good." But then you almost forget that before Trump called Raffensperger, remember this, before Trump did that,
Aside the presidency of Donald
Lindsey
Trump,
Graham called him and said to Raffensperger, "Look, bro, can you just cancel all the mail-in ballots from certain parts of the state? Just by default, cancel them all?" And Raffensperger was like, "No, I can't do that, and I won't do that." That was Lindsey Graham. He was the first one, the first major person to try to tamper with the vote behind the scenes. Not even Trump was doing that yet. It was Lindsey Graham before anyone else.
Or attempts to do.
And so now he's trying to buy himself credibility by acknowledging the result that you and I and everybody else knew about on November, what, 6th? Was it November 6th, 5th, when we knew? 7th? I'm not sure.
Goes to Mar-a-Lago and spends the remaining time in Florida. Then maybe we don't technically have to see a debate about the 25th Amendment. But certainly, if there were to be a repeat of the rally that he did this morning outside the White House or near the White House, that sort of seemed to be the green light for the group of protesters and the mob that then was going to the Capitol building, then I don't think anything is out of the question in the next week, week and a half.
Okay, Niels Lesniewski, we're going to go back to the House here in 2 seconds, but very quickly, will there be more objections tonight, do you think? Georgia and Pennsylvania specifically.
We expect Pennsylvania at least, but there may be a deal to sort of truncate the debate time on that Pennsylvania objection. So we might see the Senate quickly walk across the building and then relatively quickly be back in the House. I don't know if it'll be another 2-hour break.
Niels Lesniewski, CQ roll call. I hope we can check in with you again later tonight.
So as you heard there,
the House
they might go through all the states, but they might not have debates as long as the Arizona one. They might have just done that because it was the first one.
Continues. Up next is the state of Arkansas.
See, like, they're going to... Okay, I think they're coming in. Okay, wait. Are we back? Are we back? I think they're back.
Beginning and again for more than 2 months. His word.
Yeah, that's another thing too. If you are going to impeach again, you have to look at like what you would do. And I would say whether it's the 25th or whether it's impeachment, his initial, then you have to investigate because I don't know, but like the delay in sending the National Guard is very egregious because clearly the Capitol Police needed help. Because it's on federal property, the authority ultimately rests with federal officials. So it's not technically in DC city, like the city of DC's jurisdiction. The Capitol properties are different from the municipality of DC. And so that was egregious. And like, who knows if the 4 lives that were lost, maybe some of those lives are saved. Maybe less damage is done. Maybe the Capitol is cleared more quickly. But yeah, somebody failed there. Whether it was Trump directly through malice or just through incompetence, the delay of the National Reserve was incredibly troubling. Yeah, Warren, apparently after we did this, there were still some speeches in the Senate. Warren called this a coup, which is good. And she specifically called out Cruz and Hawley, which is good. It's good to see. Like, I think they should try to go for impeachment again. I mean, I know it's hard, but at the very least, the House should have a vote. After what we saw today, I see no reason not to. Like Ted Lieu, who I know is a bit too moderate for my taste, but Ted Lieu has a really good tweet here where he says, let's be very clear, if all we do is accept the Electoral College results and go home, we would have failed our country. We must impeach Trump or have the 25th Amendment executed or have Donald Trump resign. Congress cannot just go home like nothing happened. And I agree. That was retweeted by AOC. I agree with Ted there that what happened today was too significant. You cannot just pretend it didn't happen. Like, there needs to be consequences. And I mean, some of the people, maybe like police will arrest them because a lot of them are clearly on camera and can maybe be identified. But Donald Trump needs to face political consequence. You might call it symbolism, but he needs to face political consequence. The 25th Amendment or impeachment or both or whatever. Something needs to happen. Like, I'm not sure exactly what that is. And, like, I don't know how likely it is that his cabinet would go against him. Remember, Trump has been very eager to punt people out of his cabinet when they've been less than 100% loyal. So it may be the case that the people that remain in Trump's cabinet are very, very diehard Trump. And so even with how bad he is, there might not be enough independent voices to get it done.
And the joint session between the House and the Senate is about to begin as they continue their electoral vote certification process. They've gone through 3 states so far, Arizona being the last. There was an objection to the Arizona certification, which was rejected. Arkansas, California, and Colorado are the next states that are coming up. The House is currently waiting on 11 Democratic senators and 11 Republican senators to walk across the Capitol to the House chamber, along with Vice President Pence, who will join Speaker Pelosi on the dais, and then they will continue the process of certification. As we heard from Niels Lesniewski of CQ Roll Call, there's potentially a challenge to the Pennsylvania certification coming up, but there may be some operating going on so that the 2-hour debate period is not used, and it's a quicker process. So given that, we are waiting for the Senate to come over, join the House. As Speaker Pelosi said, 11 Republicans in the House, 11 Republicans in the Senate, 11 Democrats in the House, 11 senators, Democratic senators may be on the floor for the House rules because of the COVID prevention.
So apparently we have rumors now that Rudy Giuliani was trying to call Tommy Tuberville to
into the House chamber. This will go on for another couple
to
hours.
slow it down, but then he
and certify the electoral
accidentally
vote
called another senator
to the electoral vote.
So like Rudy Giuliani again messed up, as he often does.
And a senator have to sign the objection. So there was talk earlier, prior to this afternoon and the breach of the Capitol, that Georgia could also be objected to. Senator Loeffler, who was defeated yesterday in her election bid, she's filling in.
This morning at the D.C. protest,
who resigned, so it was a special election, was going to object.
All right, so
to Georgia.
What we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna follow this and hopefully see how far we get without an objection. Maybe the spirit of democracy is.
United States Senate.
Oh, so I guess they announced the senators coming in. That's nice. That's a nice. Give them a nice round of applause. Only 7 or 8 of them wanted to destroy democracy. It's not too bad. So once they get them all together, they're going to do another vote. They're going to do Arkansas. Arkansas will not be disputed, I assume, because it was a Trump state and very clearly a Trump state. So, I mean, it is what it is. Also, on Wednesday, there was 3,805 COVID deaths in the United States. Yeah, no anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, guys. I just want to know if they do the 25th Amendment. With my luck, it's going to be in the middle of the night, and I'm going to be in bed. Won't get to comment on it. The New York Times, Maggie Haberman from the New York Times is confirming that story that many aides told her that Trump was pleased by what he was seeing at the Capitol this afternoon, and he repeatedly refused requests to get him to say something, clearly rejecting it. So what Trump said was already like pulling teeth to get, apparently. Like Trump, that weaselly statement where he told them to be peaceful and all of that, but basically also was telling them they did a good job, in essence. That was forced out of Trump, basically. I don't know what they had to do to get that out of him. Who they had to actually convince him to say that. I'm not sure. All right, here we go. So now again, there's a joint session again, presided over by Pence, but with Pelosi also
Joint session
there.
of Congress to count the electoral vote will resume. The tellers having taken their seats, the two houses retired to consider separately and decide upon the vote of the state of Arizona to which an objection.
Well, you guys can see now why Pence wanted to get out of the country. We've been talking about it for the last couple weeks. After today, after this is done, Pence is leaving the country to go on like foreign meetings because he's still vice president for a couple more weeks. Because he didn't want to be here for all of this. Now you see why.
Rejects the objection to the electoral votes cast in the state of Arizona for Joseph R. Biden for president and Kamala D. Harris for vice president.
The clerk of the House will report the action of the House.
Ordered that the House of Representatives rejects the objections to the electoral vote of the state of Arizona.
Pursuant to the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the United States Code, because the two houses have not sustained the objection, the original certificate submitted by the state of Arizona will be counted as provided therein. The tellers will now record and announce the vote of the state of Arkansas for president and vice president in accordance with the action of the two houses. This certificate from Arkansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state.
So this is why when Trump was like, I want Pence to challenge it, this is all Pence does.
Or ascertain electors.
Like this is all Pence does. He's the chair of the meeting.
Mr. President,
when they go back to the debate, all he's responsible there to do
seems to be regular, in form, and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arkansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from California, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Yeah, I mean, this is all he was there to do, right? Like, this is what he's there to do. He's there to read a script.
The certificate of the electoral vote
and until you get to a state that gets challenged, like, it's literally just like they're reading off like a Word document or a PDF, right? Like, it's standard stuff.
Delaware received 55 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 55 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of California that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Colorado, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state.
So I think Georgia's next, right, guys? The next state that could reasonably be disputed.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Colorado seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 9 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote to the state of Colorado that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Connecticut.
You hear somebody whispering into him, almost like giving him cues. She's like, hearing none. Like the person sitting next to him.
From an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
You can see there's not very many people on the floor here, you could see, right? Because of COVID. Normally this room would be packed. Because like you'd have both houses. Almost like at a
seems to be
State of the
regular
Union.
in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Connecticut that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none.
Or is that Klobuchar just like whispering that into the mic? I'm not sure.
A vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Delaware seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Delaware that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the District of Columbia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate
I think that might be. She's one of the people reading out the certificates. It sounds like maybe she's whispering that into the mic. Look, I don't feel bad for Mike Pence because he got into this when he became Trump's VP. But like, it's like they want him to do something that he literally doesn't have the power to do. And if he doesn't do it, they're going to blame him for screwing Trump. It's like, what could Pence do here? He can't do anything. He's reading a script.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the District of Columbia that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Florida, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Florida seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 29 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Florida that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and
Okay. Is it Georgia next?
Hearing none.
Okay, here it is.
Certificate from Georgia,
I'm like, I had to sing the alphabet in my head.
the only
Yeah.
certificate of vote from that
Okay,
state
here we
that
see.
purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Wait.
Mr. President.
Okay,
The
there it is.
certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Georgia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Wait,
of the
did they
state
not
of
challenge it?
Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia?
Okay.
Mr. President,
Here we go.
Myself, members of the Georgia delegation, and some 74 of my Republican colleagues, and I object to the electoral votes from the state
Jesus
of Georgia
Christ.
on the grounds that the election conducted on November 3rd was faulty and fraudulent due to unilateral actions by the Secretary of State to unlawfully change the state's election process without approval from the General Assembly, and thereby setting the stage for an unprecedented amount of fraud and irregularities, and I have signed the objection myself.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
President, prior to the actions and events of today, we did, but following the events of today, it appears that some senators have withdrawn their objection.
Oh, wow. Okay. Joe Lofaro, hope that Pence realizes what a mistake he has made by enabling Trump. Yeah, Joe, you're right.
Section 18 of Title III of the United States Code.
So wait, does that mean that the senators are not going to challenge Georgia?
This certificate from Hawaii, the parliamentarians.
Yep, they skipped Georgia, guys. Okay, we're going to keep going a little bit because maybe this finishes tonight. The next one is Pennsylvania. No, well, Michigan and stuff comes first, but Pennsylvania might be the big one.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of
All right,
Hawaii
okay, I'm just going to quickly
seems
grab
be
some water. I'll be right back.
regular, and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Hawaii that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Idaho, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Idaho that the teller has verified appear to be regular in form and authentic?
Yeah, so so guys for people who don't realize what happened there, every objection needs to have at least 1 House member and at least 1 senator. And so Georgia was going to have have a senator, but they lost that senator likely because of what happened today.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Illinois seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state
Maggie
of
Haberman is saying that Trump is happy Perdue and Loeffler lost because they didn't do enough for him.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Illinois that the teller has verified appears to be in regular form and authentic?
So if you're wondering how Trump is feeling right now, answer is not well.
The parliamentarians advise me
if you
is
want,
the only certificate of vote from that state.
Click the like button, guys. Click the subscribe button if you want daily politics analysis from a progressive perspective. Thanks for stopping by for all the new folks that are here.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Indiana seems to be regular in form and
This is
authentic,
Pence's home state.
and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Indiana that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Iowa, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Iowa seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Iowa that the teller has verified? Appears to be regular and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Kansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned.
I'm trying to
from the
see
state.
if we're getting any news from Trump, because that Georgia one was a bit of a surprise. I didn't hear. There was no. Oh, we just cracked 1,000. I don't know if you've ever had 1,000 people on a stream at once. So, thanks for everyone here. I really appreciate that. That's really cool. Thank you.
6 votes for president.
I don't know. Maybe we've hit 1,000 during like the elections and stuff, but it's been a while.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Kansas?
Super Scooper. Well, before blocking Super Scooper there, Super Scooper, go through my top videos. I have multiple videos attacking Joe Biden.
Commonwealth of Kentucky, the parliamentarians
My biggest video right now is calling out Joe Biden's attack on black civil rights leaders. It's gotten almost 300,000 views, I think, now. So go through my catalog before you come at me.
Mr. President, the certificate
I attack Trump more than Biden because Trump's worse than Biden. But I attack Biden a lot. And when he's president, I'm going to go at that B pretty hard.
It appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for
Thank you
vice
so much,
president.
Irene. I love the thumbs up pair. Thank you.
Counting the certificate of the vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Yeah, Trump can't tweet right now, so we don't necessarily know what's going on, right?
Hearing none. This certificate from Louisiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be returned from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Louisiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections
No, we're
back
down below 1,000. That's okay.
Louisiana, that the teller is verified to be regular in form?
Like, I have lots of videos criticizing Democrats, guys. I have lots.
This certificate from Maine, the parliamentarians advise,
I made a video on Kamala Harris plagiarizing Martin Luther King like 2 days ago.
Annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or
It was like 2 days ago. Didn't get a whole lot of views, if I'm being honest, but I made it.
The electoral vote of the state of Maine seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received
Thanks so
3
much,
votes for
Jeremy. Very
president,
much appreciated. Thank you.
Donald J.
And thanks for
Trump
everyone for all
of
the
state
kind
of
words.
Florida received 1 vote for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Maine that the teller is verified? Appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Maryland, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be returned from the state, as annexed to it a
I've criticized the NDP from time to time. I'm more of an NDP partisan, but I've criticized the NDP in my writings often as well.
Mr. President, the certificate of
I've
the
even
electoral vote of the
occasionally
state of
disagreed with
Maryland
Bernie.
seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefore
Although that's
Joseph R.
pretty
Biden
rare that I
Jr. of the
disagreed with
state of
Bernie.
Delaware
To be
received 10
honest.
votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Maryland that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be returned from the state, and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? The tellers advised appear to be
Michigan's
regular
coming up
and
soon.
authentic.
That could be another one. You might see House
Hearing
objections
none,
there.
This certificate from Michigan.
Yeah, you might see some House objections here. Even though Michigan was not at all close. Trump complained a lot about Michigan, though, because it was one of those states that he led early, but then as mail-in votes got counted, he got reeled in.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, I, along with 70 of my Republican colleagues, object to the counting of
You
the
might have got
electoral
muted,
votes
Super
for the
Scooper,
state of
because of
Michigan on the grounds that the error rate precedes the
spam or
FEC
something. But no, I
rate
go through my content.
allowed at 0.0008%,
I have a bias, but like I attack Democrats.
and that the people who signed affidavits
look,
at risk of
like,
perjury,
look right here,
their
like-
voices have not been heard in a court of law.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the U.S. Code require that any objection be presented.
Look, I'll drop a link in the description. Go watch this video
House
after.
of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing? And
This
signed
is
by
me
a member
criticizing
and a
Biden and
senator?
Harris.
The objection is writing, not signed by a senator.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained.
So again, another one here of a House objection not matched by the Senate, meaning that it will not advance and they'll keep going through the alphabet of states. Pennsylvania is going to be the big one.
To counting the certificate of the vote from the state of Michigan. The certificate the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing no further objections. This certificate from Minnesota. The parliamentarians advise me is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state. Annexed to it, certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Minnesota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Minnesota that the tellers verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Mississippi, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state.
So, okay, besides Pennsylvania, I'm trying to think of another state. Like, Trump complained about Wisconsin as well. He complained about
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral
Minnesota
vote
a
of the state
little
of
bit.
Mississippi seems to be regular
Nevada, he complained about.
and it appears therefrom that
But
Donald J.
Nevada's,
Trump of the
like,
state of Florida
Nevada might have a
received
House
6 votes
challenger.
for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6
So this
votes
might
for
end
vice
tonight,
president.
guys. This is why we're going to go a little bit later. I was going to end at midnight, but it might end tonight.
That the tellers verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Missouri, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Missouri seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 10 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Missouri that the tellers verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Montana, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state.
You know, people
that
often
has
say I
annexed to
look
it a
like
certificate of authority of the
Zizek,
state
And at first I thought it was a troll thing, but apparently people think I look like him.
Mr. President,
Enough people have said it that it must, that like, I mean, I don't really see it, frankly, but enough people have said it that it's probably true. I just, maybe I don't see it. People say I look like Slavel.
And Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Montana? That the teller verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Nebraska, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nebraska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 1
There was an
vote
objection for Michigan
and Michael R. Pence
and
of the state
for
of
Georgia,
received 4
but not
votes for vice president,
replicated in
and
the
Kamala
Senate.
D. Harris of
The only
state
state
of
that's gotten
California
both is Arizona.
received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to
I
counting
think
the certificate
the
of votes in
plan,
state
there might
of
have been some
Nebraska?
discussion to slow this, to
Tellers
speed
verified
this up.
regular in form and authentic.
You might get one from Pennsylvania.
Hearing none. This certificate from Nevada, the parliamentarian advises, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nevada seems to be regular in form and authentic.
This one you might get another challenge.
That Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware
The rad one,
received
thank you
6
so much. I
votes
really
for
appreciate it.
president,
Thank you.
And Kamala D. Harris
And thank you
of
for the
state of
for the
California
support. I really
received 6
appreciate it.
votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Mr. President, I and 55 other members of the United States House of Representatives object to
all
the
these
electoral
these
votes
fucking
of the state
chuds.
of Nevada in order to protect the lawful votes of Nevada and all other American citizens.
It's dumb. It's dumb.
Section 15 and 17
Yeah, Smokey
of
is here,
Title
but I
III of the
fed
United
him.
States Code requires that
You guys saw I took a break to
any
feed him.
objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, it is in writing, but unfortunately, no United States senator has joined in this effort.
Super Screw, I am Canadian, yes. I do Canadian content, but less so in recent months and stuff.
In that case,
I've been focusing more on the U.S., but I am Canadian. Yara, thanks so much for the support, and I love the little thumbs up fox.
Are there any further objections
Thank you
to
so
counting
much.
the certificate of vote of the state of Nevada that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from New Hampshire, the parliamentarians advise
Okay, so I'm
me, is
trying to
the
think
only
now. A,
certificate
B,
of
C, D,
vote from
E,
that
F, G,
state
H, I, J,
purports to be
K,
a return from the state
L,
as
M, N,
annexed to a
O.
certificate of authority of the state purporting
Okay,
to appoint
so
or ascertain electors.
it's likely Pennsylvania. That might be the test, guys.
Mr. President, the
Nicole says, thanks for sticking with us all night, Christo. No, don't worry about it. It's I'm having fun. You guys are making it. You guys are making this much more bearable. I honestly thought we were going to. I honestly thought we were going to have to go back into the split sessions
Are there any objections to counting the certificate
in
of
Georgia,
vote of the
but
state of
apparently
New
not.
Hampshire? The teller is verified appears to be
The
regular
next
in
one
form
is
and
gonna be Pennsylvania. That one you might get a
This
challenge.
certificate from New Jersey, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to
Although
be
at
returned
some
from the
point they
state
have to realize
as
that
annexed
even
to a
within this
certificate of authority
sham,
of the
it's
state
like
purporting to
Pennsylvania
appoint and
alone
ascertain
isn't enough to change it. If you give Pennsylvania to Trump, even Biden still wins, right? He doesn't need Pennsylvania. He won by more than the value of Pennsylvania.
The state of Delaware received 14 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 14 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Jersey? Teller's verified appears to be regular in form and authentic.
People saying I'm blurry.
This certificate from New Mexico, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Mexico seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state
Thanks
of
for bothering me
Delaware
today. That's great.
received 5 votes for
Go check
president,
out what's bothering me
and
today's
Kamala D.
channel.
Harris of the
It's a
state
great
of
new
California
channel.
received 5 votes for
Kind of a
vice
daily
president.
commentary
Are
channel.
there any objections to counting the
Great to see.
certificate
Go
of the
check
state
them
of
out.
New Mexico
Go check
that the
them
teller
out. Cover
has
politics,
verified
culture.
appears to be regular, informed, and authentic?
Bit more fun than my channel, if I'm being honest. Have a bit more fun. I'm a bit
Hearing
boring
none,
compared to them.
This certificate from New York, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New York seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 29 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New York that the tellers verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from North Carolina, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Carolina seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 15 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 15 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of North Carolina that the tellers verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from North Dakota, the parliamentarians advise
I mean, he's
me
going to
is the
hit
only certificate
270.
of vote from the state
I don't know what the
that
math
purports to be a
is
return
when
from
he'd
the
hit
state
270.
that is annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral
But they
vote of the
still
state
might
of North
challenge
Dakota
Pennsylvania.
seems to be regular in form and authentic.
Although he might not
Appears
hit
therefrom
Pennsylvania
that Donald J.
before,
Trump of the state of
he might not
Florida
hit 270
received
before
3 votes
Pennsylvania
for
gets
president,
counted.
And Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote
Oh
of the
wait, no,
state
he
of
will
North
though.
Dakota?
LMNO.
The teller is
Yeah,
verified.
we still haven't
as
done New
regular
York,
and authentic.
so yeah, he should hit it. New York's going to put him right close, right?
Hearing none, this certificate from Ohio, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to
Wait,
be a
did they count
return
New
from the
York? No, they
state.
did New York. God, I'm
Is annexed
tired.
to it a certificate of authority of the state
LMNOP.
purporting to
Yeah.
appoint or ascertain electors.
Yeah.
Mr.
Okay.
President, the
No, I'm
certificate
tired.
of the electoral vote of the state of Ohio seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 18 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 18 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Ohio that the teller has verified as regular in form?
Imagine thinking that like the Proud Boys are really Antifa. Come on,
Hearing
guys, come on.
This certificate from Oklahoma, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state.
This is why I think they might
Purports to be a
object
return
to
from the
Pennsylvania because
state, annexed
he's
to
not
a certificate of
technically
authority of
at
the state purporting
he's not
to appoint or
technically
ascertain
at
electors.
270 yet.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oklahoma seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 7 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oklahoma that the teller has verified to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Oregon, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, as a certificate of authority from the state annexed to it to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oregon seems to be regular in
Tom's
form and
Smokey's on the edge of his seat. He's like, come on. Come on. Again, Pennsylvania is going to be the test. If they don't contest Pennsylvania, then we're likely sailing through to the end.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oregon that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned to the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority in the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. President, sadly but resolutely, I object to the electoral votes of my beloved Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on the grounds of multiple constitutional infractions that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. And on this occasion, I have a written objection signed by a senator and 80 members of the House of Representatives.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, here we fucking go, guys.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, Mr. President, it is.
An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law. Chapter 1, Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Hawley, United States Senator, Scott Perry, Member of Congress.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? The chair hears none. The two houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
Okay, so they have up to 2 hours. Now, I don't know if they're going to do the full 2 hours. I have no clue. Like, I'm gonna call it now, guys. I am exhausted. For those who know, I have a young child. I have to get up probably around 7, maybe earlier. So I'm gonna call this stream. I know a lot of people are just showing up, but we've been going since 8 o'clock. So for those who don't know, I'm just gonna we'll explain it and then I'll finish up. Basically, so what happened was every state gets read out and they basically confirm the amount of votes, and then they ask people, is there any objections? If there's one from the House and one from the Senate or more, one or more from each chamber, then they break apart. Now, they did it for Arizona. Now, the pleasant surprise was when they got to Georgia, there was a House objection, but there was no Senate objection. So at some point today, likely because of what happened this morning and this afternoon, the senators withdrew most of their objections. But now what you're seeing is clearly Pennsylvania is going to be the symbolic sticking point, and they're likely not going to challenge any other state. So they're going to go away for at most, I think, 2 hours and then come back. I don't know if, like, there's a curfew tonight.
You're watching live coverage on
but
C-SPAN.
I'm not sure.
Electoral College certification by the Congress. This was a joint session by the House and Senate.
So this was great. So for those who have not subscribed, consider clicking the subscribe button. I do daily politics from a progressive perspective. that I'm sure most of you will enjoy. If you want, you can join the Discord. I'll drop a link in the Discord. It's a great place to keep track of the channel and what we're talking about.
Pennsylvania had a Senate signature and 80 House members.
So do check that out.
The Senate is going back.
Yeah, all of this is symbolic.
To the Senate chamber.
Now, there's no guarantee that what they're going to do is like earlier today. They might not take the full 2 hours. They might just have a couple people speak and then finish up and go back. When both houses are done their debate, though, each house must vote again.
There are no predicted objections to
right?
those 12 states.
If either of the houses, if both of the houses accept the objection, then the state gets thrown out. But that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
This is live coverage.
So we are going to finish tonight. Likely sometime tonight this will be over. Biden's going to be the next president, and they're making Pennsylvania the sticking point. But as you can see, once Pennsylvania is added in, Biden is either at 270 or very, very close. And so this is over. Guys, thanks so much for the great stream. I'll see you all tomorrow with videos and breakdowns of some of the news that's happened. I'll try to catch up on what's happened since this, but I just want to thank you all for the generosity. And again, this was the first stream I've had where I broke 1,000 views. I believe, at least I have in a while. So this was great, and I will see you all next Wednesday and every day with new videos. Thank you so much, guys.